이거 얘기가
Okay. All right. I am going to configure my Vim again. Hopefully today I can succeed because yesterday I did not. So we go into NeoVim config NeoVim init Lua. Yes. Here's this thing. I started configuring some Mason and it doesn't work right now, I think. Is it? I think it's not working. Hold on, Mason. Rust Analyzer. Rust Analyzer works, but there is also Mason install. I think I'm gonna try to do LLDB. Code LLDB. Yes. If I try to install this using Mason, it doesn't work because unzip is not executable. There is I think this is the problem. My problem with NeoVim is I'm trying to use some stuff and they have dependencies that I need to figure out what exactly are the dependencies here. So we go into William Mason and we go into Mason LSP config because those are what I have enabled and they have some requirements, right? This requires Mason and LSP config. LSP config is something that is default or no, because I didn't enable this one. NVim LSP config default. I was following something like Rust NeoVim, right? Rust NeoVim. This thing. They're telling me to only install Mason and Mason LSP config and not the LSP config itself. Let me see. NeoVim LSP config. This thing. Like, is this not needed anymore? Why are they not installing this and that thing? Why not this? Question mark. Okay. That's it for the dependencies of the Mason LSP config. Everything is installed, and for Mason itself, they are listing in dependencies here for LSP. This and that. Yes. The following plugins are recommended: the DApp, formatters. So if they are recommended, why don't I install those? Also, I'm not really sure. Like this, I was specifying this as a dependency of that. But I can just enable both plugins and then configure them later. I just want everything like together regarding the LSPs. So the requirements are for Unix systems is git curl, and I don't have curl installed, and this is the problem, right? I have git, but I don't have the curl. Oh wait, I have curl or wget. Wget also installed. Okay, and then we need to do unzip. We need to do tar. Tar is installed, and the gzip. Gzip is installed. So I just am missing the unzip and probably the zip. Let's also install that. So I'm going to go into Nix files, NeoVim, NixOS. I'm going to list this in NVim because this is the requirement, right? Git, curl, get, zip, unzip. Hello, Arya. We're not going to rage today, which means that NeoVim forever is going to be with us now. You know, this NeoVim, it's kind of like the rage games, like the getting farted on and the jumping and everything. Like we suck at it. Yeah, I quit yesterday. I mean, I just stopped the stream because I was like trying to figure it out for too long. But yeah, it's like the games, you know, we suck at it, but then we eventually are going to be good at it and become gods, and you know, we will not be able to live without, right? Undefined variable tar. Okay. Well, tar is already installed for me. I just NixOS tar. Like which package? NixOS. Which package? Or can I do just like which tar? Where tar? This is for the GNU tar. Okay. So I can technically still specify this here. GNU tar, probably. And then I can Even although it's already installed, I'm still going to list this as a dependency explicitly. What are you working on, Arya? Are you working on anything? Okay, so we're going to do NVim, and then I'm going to do Mason install code LLDB, and this time I will be able to install it because I have everything. All of my dependencies are there. The unzip is there. So now I have installed Rust Analyzer and code LLDB. This I have installed manually. We're working on not dying in WoW. Oh no. WoW is still alive. Always get a bit burnt out of the gems. Maybe if I wasn't streaming, I would be burnt out too. I think that's what's helping me not burn out. All right, maybe we'll play some Apex later. Can I play Apex on my Linux? Apex on Linux. Think you should stream. Might be more focused. All right, am I following you? No. Yes. Yes, meaning I can play Apex on Linux. Okay. I mean, some of the games they don't work because of the anti-cheat, right? Like, it depends on what kind of anti-cheat system they are using. Otherwise, I would guess most of the things work. Right? Gold, easy anti-cheat. So yeah, see? Easy anti-cheat works on Linux then, is what this means, right? Steam Deck verified. This game is known to utilize easy anti-cheat, has limited support for Linux, but multiplayer functionality varies depending on how the developer has implemented it. Which developer? The developer of Apex Legends? Okay. Well, I'm not going to play games today, but yeah. And hello there, 8-bit boy. I'm trying to figure out my NeoVim config. I was trying for the entire day of yesterday. I'm using I used Windows and VS Code until yesterday. Basically, now we are on NixOS. So, yeah. And let me just follow this tutorial because I need to write some Rust. This is the most important part, right? To be able to work on the Rust. So on the NeoVim command, we input Mason install Rust Analyzer code LLDB. When Mason finishes, we can check with Mason. So Mason, it says that I have installed code LLDB and Rust Analyzer, right? I can also install Lua language server. Probably Lua language server is good because I'm working on my NeoVim config right now, and I'm working on it in. Can this thing automatically suggest stuff for me? So when I'm working on a Lua project, do you want to install Lua language server, for example? Yes? How do I do this? Do I need to search for Mason? Is it Mason? Mason is what manages this stuff, right? So I'm assuming that this is Mason, which should be suggesting. Suggest. Oh, no suggestion on here on the README. I bet cop. Can you say, so in Mason menu, you can scroll down, press I on one to install. Yes, but how do I know which one do I want to install? Do I not want to install AutoPep 8, for example, automatically if I am working on a Python project? Like, do /lua. /lua? But if I do /python, I'm not going to see the pep, right? The pep is what formats my Python code. And that's also what I want to be installed, right? The pep. The auto pep. Keywords Python. Yeah, see keywords. Keywords Python. There are keywords. Python. Why did I not see this before? The keywords, and now I see them. There's a lot of things with Python. What is black? Autoflake. Nothing better than a little cool stream in the middle of the night. It's morning, though. Well, for me, it's morning. I still don't have my clock set up, so I never know. It's very bright. It works fine on Linux, but since you are using Hyperland, which uses Wayland, so you may face problem. That was about the Apex. Black is like prettier for Python, isn't? So like there are multiple prettiers, right? Or like formatters. Like one of them is the AutoPep. That's what I was using before in VS Code, and black is another one basically. It's afternoon, you heretics. Just don't use Python. Well, sometimes you open some random Python project. F tier. I don't know. Next to C++ on the F tier, right? Right? Next to Bash on the F tier too, right? Is there a language server for Bash? Black is opinionated. Well, the PEP is more standard as far as I understand, right? C++ is A tier? No, I don't agree. C++ is trash tier. Okay. Anyway, so no suggestion, but I can search my Mason, right? Is what you're saying, right? I can search for Rust. And there's C++ tools, and they work for Rust. Does this mean that I install C++ tools? Rust FMT, yes, install. Although this should be installed like automatically, but okay, sure. Okay, so formatter, Rust FMT. DAP is code LLDB. DAP is for debugging, right? LSP, Rust Analyzer. Okay, that's what I need. That's what I need. But can I list it in my NeoVim config so I don't need to set it up again? You know? Why do I need to go into Mason and do this manually? Manual searches, right? I want this to be specified in my NVim config. Anyway, I just have some questions, but sure, let's continue with the tutorial here. So now that I have installed everything, right, we can attach NeoVim to Rust Analyzer. Next, we continue by installing two essential plugins to attach Rust Analyzer to NeoVim's LSP, the NVim LSP config, and the Rust tools for automatically set up Rust LSP config for Rust Analyzer. So NVim LSP config is going to be installed after all. All right. Okay. How do I like? this lazy vim is also like a little confusing. Like I can configure this stuff here inside the config function, or I can configure in the end, and by requiring some module. But I want everything that is like related to this Mason stuff to live in one place and not be jumping all over the file. You are new to NeoVim 2 and use NVChat. So here, yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let's do this. Remove config nvim remove, right? So now we have the default config. Now we do git clone. I tried using kickstart, right? But there's also the NVChat. I know about that, and I wanted to try and use that. But here we go. Let's try this, right? We're going to clone this into here, right? And then I'm going to symlink the NVChat into config nvim, right? And now let's just start it, right? Hold on. Did I do it incorrectly? Okay, I need to do the full path here, right? Like this. All right, NeoVim. No? Did I do this incorrectly again? Did I do it incorrectly? NeoVim. Yes, I did do it incorrectly. What did I do wrong? Hold on. Huh? You split your config into multiple files. Yes, but I don't even know how to do this yet, right? I need to search for lazy vim. What do you use for your plugin management? Not the lazy vim? Hold on. Hold on. Why is my linking not working, huh? No such file or directory. Home kuviman nvchad. Oh wait, I copied it. Not yeah. We need to move nvchad into actual where it belongs. Okay, I cloned it because I'm not in my root right now. There you go. Okay, nvchad. I just cloned it. I don't want to clone it directly. It's because yeah, because I'm going to like change back to my config. But there we go. I installed nvchad in function do file init lua in main chunk. We have some error while calling lua chunk cannot open nvchat base64 defaults. No such file or directory. And what do? I have no idea. And when I try doing this nvchat stuff on my Arch Linux, then it works. So like, let me see. I think I can just SSH into it, right? SSH into this one. Okay, and then if I do NeoVim, so over here I do have the NVChat installed, which I did like by doing exactly the same stuff. And this is because this Linux system is very bare. This is the NixOS, and I need to install all the dependencies manually. I need to figure out what NVChat actually requires in order to use it. I cannot just clone it, you know? For example, I don't have the... So yeah, over here, this is Arch, CC, we have CC to compile some C files, right? This is what requires for the fizzy find, for example, in NeoVim, but on my Nix, the CC is not found. See? I don't have it installed. Just do your own config, it's not that bad. That's what I'm doing right now, basically, by following the tutorial. But NVChat looks good in terms of, like, visuals, I think. So I will maybe look at this. You can help. Probably building the latest version of NVim. No. It's because of the dependencies. Like, I tried the Kickstarter NVim and it also didn't work because, so for example, this Mason, right? I need, like, even following this tutorial doesn't work, like, immediately for me. Because once I enabled the Mason and Mason and LSP config, and I was doing installation Mason install Rust analyzer called LDB, this failed because Mason requires in its requirements, right? I need to have curl installed, I need to have unzip installed, tar and gzip installed, see? And I didn't have unzip installed, so it didn't work, right? And like this tutorial doesn't tell me, and nvchad doesn't tell me that I need to install some stuff. I can get the visual thing, it's just a plugin. Yeah, I know. I will have to just read their configuration, right? To see what they use. It's pretty small, I think. Although, actually, hold on. How are they doing their... Yeah, they are basically doing just lazy NVim, right? And then they're requiring the plugins, which are specified over here. And that's how they split their configuration into multiple files. Every single plugin specified in their own file. That's actually good. There's a bunch of different ones, Alpha and Vim. Bunch of different what? What is this? Greeter? A bunch of plugins. I know what a plugin is, yes. NVChat looked nice. Well, yeah. It does look nice. Does it not? Then this also looks nice. But this only is the greeter. NVChat combines a lot of things, including the greeter, right? The rest looks just like Vim? Okay. Right. Well, the default Vim doesn't have my file looking like this. My file browser. Right? And the default Vim doesn't have auto-completion installed. So like this is all of the configuration. That's nerdtree. No, that's not nerdtree. That's a Vim tree and Vim tree, I'm pretty sure. Nerdtree is what I used back in the days, but it is outdated. The new stuff is nvim tree. Okay, anyway, let me continue. Let me continue. You're still using Nerdtree? Nerdtree is what I used literally 10 years ago. Let's take a look at Nerdtree. Is this even updated still? The last update was fixing a typo last year in README. Help wanted. Yeah. The last actual commit was 2 years ago, I guess. And Vim tree is like the newer version of it, basically, as far as I understand. It's written in Lua. So is it better if something is written in Lua instead of a Vim script now? Because of the NeoVim? And eventually we're going to have something written in Rust, and all of the plugins are written in Rust, right? It's going to be even better. You just like Lua. I used Lua once. It was inside Minecraft, using ComputerCraft. You could write some Lua inside of it. That's my experience with Lua. Also have quantum computers to compile while the rest fast. Alright. Let's continue. Rust tools. Okay, so I'm going to remove this symlink, and then I'm going to symlink the NVim the NVim local. This is where I was working so far, so I can continue with my own config. Mason LSP config configuration. This is what you want if you want to specify your installed servers in config. You may also configure certain behavior of Mason LSP config when calling the setup function. Refer to the default. Ensure installed. Okay, let's do this. And Lua ls is also good, right? Because I will be able to autocomplete on my Vim configuration, right? So Mason LSP config setup. So basically here. Right? Like this, Rust Analyzer. Also, I was installing the code LLDB. And also I was installing the Rust FMT. Right? This is for Lua. This is for Rust. Can I do something like that? I've been struggling to get your paths working for extra libraries using Mason. I don't know. I get it now. I want to make mine now. Feels like script kiddle. I tried to set up Discord presence, but couldn't do. It feels stupid. I forgot the whole point of why I use Arch in the first place. I don't know. I use Arch. I used Arch because it just works, and now I'm trying to migrate to NixOS. I mean, I used Windows, but also I used Arch. I use Arch on my laptop, and Windows on this PC. Okay, so. And also, sometimes my NeoVim doesn't work, and I have to do something like remove, local, share, remove rf, local, share, and vim, and then it's working, you know? Like, is this how it's supposed to, like, this is going to reinstall everything from scratch, right? Code LLDB is not valid entry, by the way, in ensure install. Make sure you provide LSP config server names. Hold on, wait, what? Code LLDB is not a valid entry? Rust FMT is not a valid entry? So this can only install the language servers, but not the depths and not the LSPs is what we can install using ensure install, but not the depths and not the linters and not the formatters, I guess. I need to specify them in different things, in different ways. You hate Windows? I don't know. I don't hate anything. We only hate C++ and Go. Mostly Go. Yes. Why am I so early again? I just woke up. What do you mean? I've been sleeping for like a lot of time and I just woke up. That's where I basically like this is how normal humans should wake up in the morning. That's what I should do every day, but I only do it sometimes. Why I hate C++ and Go? Well, because they're trash. You want me to provide you with valid reasons? Did you try those languages? All right. I don't know. Maybe we are just. Maybe I'm just a hater. And you optionally should we have a Mason LSP config. So yeah, see like this Mason LSP config. There should be Mason I think if I go into Mason here, they also recommend me the Mason LSP config for LSPs. They also say that I should be installing NVim dep, and then NVim dep is probably going to ensure installed the code LLDB then, right? Is that correct? Is there an example? Installation. So we plug the thing, and then can I ensure installed the code LLDB? Looks like this does the thing you want. Maybe Mason NVim dep. So not the NVim dep. I need to do Mason NVim dep in addition to NVim dep. Is that correct? You actually haven't set up any deps, which means that you don't debug your code at all, right? Well, I never debug in VS Code either, so I'm not sure if I actually need it, but would be nice to have, I guess, eventually. Also, I have this is something that I don't like. This is something that I want to configure everything together, right? So I have now specified the Mason as a dependency of Mason LSP config, right? But can I specify a dependency of Mason itself? And why am I doing the configuration of both here? Should I do instead, like, separately the Mason here, right? Mason and Vim, and config. So this is my Mason, and this is my LSP. LSP does have a dependency. All right, is this how I'm supposed to like do this? Mason LSP config is going to only install the Rust analyzer and Lua language server. Sure. Right. Also, haven't used lazy. What do you use then? You just debug in GDB. Have you debugged your Rust? When you were doing Rust? You use Packer? Packer is outdated though, right? No, working with Go out of Python felt good. Just to work with threads, CPP, well, I get it. I don't know. You are now working with Go after Python. Is that what you're saying? Now working with Go after Python, and it works for you well. Well, if it works for you, it's great. Like, it's good for learning purposes, I believe. Like, Python is good for learning, but I hate the language. Like, you shouldn't use Python for anything. It's good for learning programming, and I think same goes about Go. It's a simple language, what they call it, but it's really not, I think. And also a lot of like design choices in the language are very weird, in my opinion, and not like the language itself is not consistent. It's about like their philosophy. Do they even have a philosophy? Their philosophy is like simple, but then like they go against their own philosophy a lot of times. I don't know how to say the thing. Okay, Mason. Do we have Lua language server and Rust analyzer installed, right? So since I have the Lua language server, do I have my autocompletion? I need to still set up something right now, right? Because I had my NCMP for the autocompletion, which is supposed to look into NVim LSP, right? For my autocompletion stuff. Simple. Yeah, I think Python is like the same. Python is simple for learning, but then it actually is not a simple language. Absolutely not. Rust is simple because everything is Rust is simpler, basically, is what I'm saying. It's harder to learn, but it's simpler to use. CMP and Vim LSP. Hold on. I'm going to go through the tutorial here. I'm just going ahead of myself. Like this auto completion that I had, this is because I was trying to like go through the Kickstarter and Vim configuration, and I copy pasted some stuff. They also had some snippets that I disabled now. CMP and Vim LSP. This is what you have, and this is what I have, by the way. This is one of the dependencies. I need to enable it automatically or something. And Vim LSP config is what I have not enabled yet, so let's do this one. Let's do this one. And Vim LSP config. And also the Rust tools. Simrat39 Rust tools. Although I would like to work with Lua first, because that's what I'm working on right now, not with Rust. Okay, I'm not going to copy paste this stuff blindly from chat. I need to understand what everything does, I think. Which also means, by the way, that I'm going to comment this and read about NVIM LSP config. Maybe they provide me with some, for my field where I am just a student and still learning, so in order to make tools, Python and Go is go-to. Yes. If you're still learning, that's good. But then people like still continue using Python forever for everything, and this is bad, in my opinion. But go-to is bad. Yes. Yeah, you should also learn other things like assembler, you should learn C, but you should never use them for your actual projects. But you should know how they work, I think. It's, yeah, I don't know. Configs the NVIM LSP client, help LSP. Help LSP. Minimal example. LSP start, my server name. Alright. This minimal example probably doesn't work. Name of language server executable. So this means that if I do download and manually run it, I guess. Nice and simple. On destruct, malloc. On array, malloc. Memset, yes, and then memcpy. What does this thing do? We do require the NeoVim. This is what we have, and we do require the NVim LSP config as a normal plugin through NeoVim built-in. Pack add or plugin manager. So built-in pack add is like we can do plugins manually, is what they're saying. The cool kids use calloc. Calloc. I never used this one. What does this do? What are your thoughts on realloc? Realloc is nice. I guess memory for an array of num objects of size and initialize all bytes to 0. Okay, well that's not always what you want though. So yeah. I guess that's better than just an uninitialized memory a lot of the times, but you know, not everything is should be the default should be 0. This is what I hated about C#, for example. Like the default is literally 0 in your structs, and you cannot change it, I think, unless it changed recently. Sometimes you want a little undefined behavior. No, you want to actually initialize stuff to something like that makes sense. 0 doesn't always make sense. For example, for pointers, 0 means null pointer, but you don't always want the nulls. You want like some actual pointers that mean something. You don't want to have nulls. Default initialization is weird. Well, maybe not the initialization, but some value that makes sense. It doesn't mean calling a constructor necessarily. Mm-hmm. Now you want so old to try Rust because your friends are using it? I just want to learn Lua, not just for NeoVim. So much to learn. Yeah. Learning is fun. I'm trying to follow this tutorial which does this stuff for Rust, but I still don't understand what this does. The NVim LSP configs for the NVim LSP client. Do not file LSP client issues here. Okay, I will not. Install NVim LSP config as a normal plugin, so which is this config, which is this plugin that I'm reading about. What does this even do? Why does this readme doesn't even tell what this plugin does? Configs for NVim LSP plugin. What does this mean, configs? Configurations. So this pre-configures all of the LSPs for me, like Rust, like Lua. Let me see, Lua ls. LSP config Lua ls setup. Alright, so this is how I can set up and configure my Lua. Alright. I game Pomodoro for yourself in background. I'm not a fan of Pomodoros, but sure. Sounds like a cool project. And you're doing something and you're like, you have a timer that makes you stop. That feels so weird. I would be so annoyed by the timer all the time. Now you go work. Now you stop work. This plugin you're looking at is how you like attach keybinds and stuff to all of the LSPs. But why is this? So this means that this plugin needs to be synchronized with the Lua language server and with the Rust language server and with all the other language servers, right? Why don't I configure it using the Rust LSP plugin directly? Because like this can get out of dated easily, right? If the Rust analyzer is updated with the new configs, this needs to be updated too then, right? Which is weird. Hello there, guys. Thank you for the raid, Soulburn. I know it's a clusterfuck. IMO. Yeah, I don't understand like why it's here. We are doing pretty great too. Trying to configure my NeoVim to start working in NeoVim instead of VS Code. I think the LSP plugins are a bit of a hellscape right now. Hey yo, NeoVim. Yay, NeoVim, nice. I'm using it for a second day, and I'm basically doing the configuration for 2 days straight. I don't even like actually use it for anything yet. The NeoVim. I'm just learning, guys. Trying to read on every single plugin to figure out what it does. This NVIM LSP config, and why do I configure my Lua inside this instead of like the plugin for Lua specifically is like beyond. I don't understand this. This is someone's attempt to encapsulate the madness. The purpose of this plugin is to bundle all the boilerplate code necessary to have NVIM CMP and NVIM LSP config working together. Okay, well, I need to go through all of the madness first to understand the madness, and then maybe we use something that wraps it, because then I need to understand not only the madness but also the wrapper, right? I need something minimal working first, right? That's the problem you run into. It's just an infinite rabbit hole trying to learn everything. That's why I'm going to ragequit and not use NeoVim, and we're going to jump into Helix or back to VS Code. Oh wait, it actually worked great until it didn't. This stuff, the LSP0 and Vim, and then you had to do it all yourself. I see. Yes. So now we have to actually do everything ourselves, because that's how you understand what how to fix stuff once it gets broken, actually, right? If you like VS Code, maybe you should just use coq. Lol. I don't know what is coq. Coq is the another stuff. So it's the alternative to NVim at CMP, right? It's another the auto completion, right? Okay, NeoVim auto completion. Auto completion. Which plugin to use? Autocomplete plugin suggestions on the Reddit NeoVim. Let me log in. NVim LSP config does two things. It uses minimal working configs for each LSP servers and handle servers start-stop infos. Yes, but why? Like, it's going to go out of sync though, no? Well, hopefully all of the LSPs are stable enough so that the configs still work. But yeah, I can see that how it's breaking basically in the future. What do you call out of sync? I don't know. The breaking changes happen in the LSP, and like Mason is updating my language server, but this is not updated. I don't know, something like that. Maybe. Because it's all in different plugins, like this does not specify which version of the LSP we're going to be using, right? And new configurations for the LSP. Now, new configuration options are going to be there, or some of the options are going to be duplicated. And we're still relying on those. Something like that. Or is this like never happening in the Vim world? The best NeoVim method for this is LSP config to set up and use the built-in LSP server. LSP install to install the servers and Vim CMP for completion. So this is the best one. At least it was best 2 years ago by this deleted user. I also recommend a Vim tree seeder. Is this the only two option, NVim CMP versus coq? Coq versus NVim CMP. Response speed compared. coq, NVim. What am I looking at? What does this graphic even mean? I think coq is potentially more faster than NVim CMP because the coq will filter completion items by another process. Basically, RPC cost can be ignored. Anyway, I think coq and NVim CMP both are enough fast for daily use. What am I looking at? So should I use the coq or should I use NVim CMP? It's like how do I I should just use something that other people use basically. And so far, in at least 2 of the things that I have been looking at, they use the NVim CMP. So this guide for the Rust and NVim uses NVim CMP, and Kickstarter uses NVim CMP. coq is less configuration, but it's not trendy anymore. How do I... NVim trends. Is there like a website about NVim trends? Collection of awesome NeoVim plugins. Completion. Let's see. Fast as fuck, NeoVim completion. Alright, maybe we use that one. This one is number 1, listed in this repository. NVim CMP is only after that, and then coq is not even listed. It's not awesome, it means, right? The coq. I mean, this is the coq, but this is a different coq. This is a COQ, not COC. This one is written in Lua. New version of NVim Compi. Copilot. Fully featured Lua replacement for GitHub Copilot. I don't know. So many plugins. I should just try them all, right? coq and Vim. Okay, this one is funny. Maybe I use this one. Just stay on the path you are on, you would say. Okay. I'm already getting pretty close to understanding how everything works, or to having a working setup. Okay, I'm close. All right, sure. Let's see. NVim LSP config. I'm just going to enable this, right? NVim LSP config. NVim LSP config. And then we do function. I mean config. Config is function. Require LSP config. Wait, require doesn't even require the parentheses. Is that true? They are not doing parentheses here. This is because of Lua, right? So in Lua, you don't need the parentheses to call a function. Is that correct? So setup is a function, and the last argument to a function can be just spaced. So this is me calling the setup function, right? Yep. Okay. I'm still using NVim Compi, which is deprecated. All right. Require LSP config. So do I even need to set up the Lua myself? Lua ls setup. Can I do this? Error detected. Plugin spec for NVim LSP config is not found. Well, yes, NVim LSP config. This lives in a specific directory, which is NeoVim /NVim LSP config, right? Okay, so now we install this. Alright, and we have failed to run the config for NVim LSP config and tap to index local user config, stack trace. The error messages in NeoVim are very bad. That's what I can say, what do I do with this? Attempt to index local user config and nil value. Oh no. We got a null pointer error. See, okay. One thing that I still have not figured out, didn't set up. I want my Vim save file position. What configuration does this? Preserve last editing position in Vim. NeoVim specifically. Is there like something? Vim is not remembering last position. The file already contains necessary feature, just need to uncomment it. Vim jump to the last position when reopening a file. This is from Vim, not from NeoVim, but I mean, it will probably still work, right? But this is, wait, no. This is Vim script, not Lua. Hold on, I cannot use this here. Can you please share the article or doc that you are using? I probably missed it if you have shared it before. This is for Rust. I just googled Rust NeoVim and this was the first link. I can use Vim script in Lua like directly. Like this. The comments don't work though, right? So I need to replace the comment with this, right? Wait, the comments in Lua is 2 dashes. There's a thing. Oh, I need to do something. Like Lua call Vim script, right? Lua call Vim script. Getting started with Lua. Vim.cmd. Alright. Help vim.cmd. Execute Vim scripts commands. Yes. And this is a list. So yeah. So you need that because you're using the nerd tree, which is outdated, which uses the Vim script instead of using NVim tree, right? That's why you need it. Vim cmd. Why is this like double? What does a square bracket mean? Error while creating Lua chunk. Unexpected symbol near colon. On line 179. Well, I pasted this on accident, I guess. Fail to run config for nvim speak config. Attempt to index local. Okay, this is still like the same. All right. Okay. Yeah. See, so this works now. Yeah, this actually worked. Nice. Nice. To do migrate to Lua. Okay, maybe. All right. Now I fixated Lua chunks. What were you doing on your stream, by the way, Soulburn? I didn't ask. Thanks for the raid again. Therefore, the late message. LSP servers rarely add new features that break compatibility. Also, usually each plugin has its own config that don't mix with other plugins, but some plugins can use features from other plugins. For example, NVim CMP has nothing to do with NVim LSP config, but you can use the completions from LSP as a completion source from NVim LSP. Yeah, I think I get it. Like, we can get multiple completions from different sources. One of the sources is going to be the NVim LSP, like I specify over here, right? But there was also the snippets that I don't use because I hate snippets. I don't know, you guys use snippets or what? I also want to have the completions like from the general, like from my current project. just the words in the current file, can I have the completion for those? Like if I do control space, and because I have the sources in this file, right? Can I just have my completion to autocomplete the word sources? Because I already have the word here, even without the LSP. I like the idea of snippets, but you never use them. I don't even like the idea because I don't understand why would I use them. If you need to use them for your language, this means that your language is bad. I guess. I don't know. It's because it makes you write your for loop faster, right? It's basically that your for loop in your language is too verbose. I want buffer as a source. Like over here, sources, comma, buffer. Also, how do I format this, Lua, automatically? I guess not like this. Maybe buffer the string. No, I don't know. I need to read about this and see how this works exactly. Selburn was trying to improve the client API and the project structure, building the Redis-like clone. Okay. Why are you building a Redis-like clone? Is there a specific purpose, or are you just like trying to do it for fun, to learn stuff? I recently, when we were talking about Redis recently, is when I was trying to create my own high score stuff, and we learned about the, what was it? Bad cop. Rust database. SurrealDB, this one. The ultimate database for tomorrow. Right? This one? I think. Still need to be look into that one. Okay. I'm not sure when, but I still want to create my own leaderboard servers. And yeah. It shouldn't be too hard. It's a pretty small project. I think I can do it in 1 or 2 days, something like that. There are videos that can help you start from scratch, from Primogen. There's also a starter config like Kickstart and Vim. That's what I was using, yes. I was using Kickstart and Vim and it didn't work. Literally didn't work. I also tried to use the NVChad and it also didn't work. Because some of the dependencies are not installed and they don't list it in the README. I had to install unzip, for example, but I only figured it out after a day of trying to configure my NeoVim. Because unzip is like the dependency of Mason, specifically, for example. So I had to install it. And there is other stuff that doesn't work. It did work on my Arch, but not on this PC. Because this is like very raw, like almost unconfigured Linux NixOS. I don't even have the C compiler here, see? And this is what was one of the failing things in the Kickstart and Vim. They tried to compile the FZF, and they require the C compiler. And I don't have it installed. Anyway, my error right now is this: require LSP config Lua ls setup. This is not how you configure your Lua, right? So can I just do this, and now everything works, right? But now my Lua isn't actually configured. I don't have my stuff. So how do I configure to have Lua? Do I need to do something more for Lua? Hold on. NeoVim Lua LSP. I don't know. What do I need to do here, actually? Quick start configs for this, right? Suggested configuration. NVim LSP does not set key bindings or enable completions, but this is what I have already from the kickstart, actually, right? This is my configuration for the NVim CMP. I just need my LSP to be running, I think, right? Because if I Lua server, you need to have the Sumneka binary. I think that's not true. Sumneko is a different plugin, I think, and it's like an alternative. It's also older, just like the Compi versus the, CMP. I remember like seeing the Sumneka somewhere. I do have my Mason have already installed the Lua language server, Lua LS. Right? I just need it to be to start, I think. Lua server is the new name of Sumneka Lua, but you still need a binary. Okay. Any links to documentation? Why would I need to, like, no one specified. If I control F Sumneka here, they don't list it here. See? They don't list it. Although this is the NVim LSP config, obviously. So maybe it should not be listed here, but where should it be listed, right? What should I search for? And if the binary is required, I expect, and if I don't have it here, right, I expect to see an error which tells me, please install. This is not installed. Like, what should I be searching for? I don't even want you to search it for me. I need to figure out how to search for stuff that I want to myself, I think. Like, what should be my thought process here for figuring out the stuff that I want my NeoVim to do, right? I shouldn't just, like, blindly copy-paste something from the README that you're going to link me anyway. Let's read on all of those again. NVim CMP. This one. Concept. Recommended configuration. Alright, let's see. We are setting up control space for completion. Alright. But then how do they actually... Yeah, see? Set up LSP config. We just need to actually set up my LSP server. With each LSP server you have enabled. Alright, and CMP and Vim LSP. CMVim and Vim LSP? I don't even have that. Is CMP and Vim LSP something different from LSP config? That's what this plugin... Let's see what plugin they are using. NVim LSP config, it's still here. This is the recommended configuration. Hold on. LSP config. They are not even required. Oh wait, no, they are required it here. Yeah, over here. Yes. So I do need this configuration here. The LSP config. I just need to figure out how to make sure that this does not do the null pointer exception, right? Because NVim local init Lua in config failed to run config for NVim LSP config. Attempt to index local user config, and this is a nil value from the LSP config configs Lua. So this plugin has crashed on me because probably I need to call this setup function with a specific argument, but I don't know what the argument is, right? Is this the argument? Oh, this is the argument. All right. The argument should be just not nothing. It should be at least something. It can be an empty something. By the way, how do you call this thing in NeoVim? What is this? Not in NeoVim, in Lua. It's like a hash, a dictionary, something. Okay, so now we don't NPE, and we probably... My objective is to set a feature like VS Code that suggests you to install the language server. We don't have it opening a certain file. Set a feature like VS Code that suggests you install the language server. Yes, I was like figuring out how to do that. And people told me that I should do it manually by opening Mason and then searching over here for Lua if I want my Lua to work. Right? Like Lua check, Lua formatter, like install that. I also want this to be installed not manually, but in my NeoVim config, like ensure installed. But this is a formatter, so I'm not sure yet. Do I have my auto-completion already? No, I don't. So I need to set up my Lua language server, and this should be not empty, I guess, right? LSP config, LSP config. So I need to go into the config and see how Lua is actually being configured here, right? I need to go into this list of the NVIM LSP config, and I need to go into Lua, right? Lua language server, and then we are going over here, the settings. The runtime. Tell the language server which version of Lua you are using. Most likely Lua JIT in the case of NeoVim. Diagnostic. Get the language server to recognize the Vim global workspace. Make server aware of NeoVim runtime files. Do not send telemetry data. So this is the stuff that I probably just want to be copy-pasted here. Right? Like this. Since I'm using NeoVim, it's Lua JIT. And this and now I restart. Do I have the auto-completion now? No. I found it. Alright. Nice. Maybe I need to read more of this server configuration. Lua server binary, Lua language server is downloaded automatically by Mason, so I don't need to install it manually, because this is what Mason is for, right? I am over here ensuring that Lua language server is installed, right? So this is already installed for me, I don't need to do anything. I just need to configure it so it works. These settings will meaningfully increase the time until consider initial request until starting. Snippet to enable the language server. Wait, hold on. I could actually just enable the language server by doing this. How do I know if my language server is actually working or not? LSP info. Alright. We have the Lua ls, which is root directory not found. What does this mean? File detected file type Lua. 0 clients attached to this buffer. Other clients that match the file type Lua. Configured server list Lua ls. Auto start true. This means that it is not working right now, right? LSP log. Is this right now? Yes, this is right now. So RPC required file not found. Oh, so this is exactly what we were working on before. My language server doesn't work because the required file not found. This is what happened to me exactly when I tried to do... So some binary is not found, but I need to figure out what binary is needed. Like, so language server, this file exists on my PC, but required file not found, they don't specify me what file is required. Like this language server binary has some dependency on it, right? So I need to probably look at the Lua language server and see, do they specify any requirements here? Like I have no idea what is wrong here. The binary is already there. Like this is the Lua language server, right? I have it installed. This. This. See? But I cannot. It says no such file or directory. Not this file. This file exists, but this file requires some other file to actually launch. But which file is it? How do I know? This has some runtime dependency that isn't installed. And how do I know what it is? Next shell, install LLD. Is LLD the stuff that is like telling me what is required for this one? So yeah, this no. No? How do I no. How do I know what are the runtime dependencies of the binary? Linux figure out Linux running binary file not found. Context use binaries, file not found. LLD. Yes, I need the LLD. Right? LDD. Okay, LDD. This. Let's see. So we need the libdl. We need this, we need that. And some of that is not installed, right? What is not installed? What do you think? The GNU libc. Wait, hold on. I think this one, the Linux VDSO, because this is the only one that doesn't have this thing, right? Yes? No? What is this? Linux VDSO. Here's how to get the binary just below the dependencies are listed in the build section. But this is the dependencies for building. I don't need to build it myself. I need to run it. Run. Do I need to install the libstd C++ static? Dependencies are listed in the build section. Where are the dependencies? Where are they listed? Hold on. If you don't have a precompiled binary, you need to build this server yourself. Ensure you have C++ 17. Install Ninja. But this is for building. I have it already built. I need to run it. See, like over here, I have the binary already, and it's not running. No such file. Even though the file exists. It will probably just run. It did run automatically. Could you run a version? This is my Lua language server, and I cannot run / version because this binary doesn't run. This binary is not cannot execute because of some runtime dependency of this binary. You know, if when you this requires some library to be installed on my Linux. I need to figure, and I am trying to figure out what it is. LDD is what is supposed to tell me. So here are all the dependencies of the Lua language server, the binary. I need libc, the C standard library, libp thread. This is installed, right? But Linux VDSO, this is what is not installed, I think, is what this means, because this is not linking to anything. Dorian, hello there. LLD, which dependency is missing? Like, how do I parse the output of LLD? LDD. Linking fails. Hold on. Not LLD, LDD. Which? How do I know from LDD which library is missing? Firstly, a source shared object exposed by the kernel and a fixed address. Every process memory. Have a look at this. Missing libraries are commonly reported as not found in LDD output, if I remember correctly. So nothing is not found then, right? So everything is found. Why can I not run the binary then? Strace. Strace. All right, let's do strace. Strace says no such file or directory. What file or directory needs to exist? Like, who can tell me? Like, what? -1, inoent, no such file or directory. Which file? And which directory do I need to exist? It's probably because I don't have Lua installed, right? Do I need to install Lua? But how do I figure out that I need to install Lua? Chmod plus X. This is already executable though. Look at this. It's executable by every single user. Everybody can execute this. You might require a build tool for your operating system. Yes, but how do I know that I require them? Who can tell? Like, how do I figure out that I need to? Like, I don't want to guess, right? It's an ELF binary. How do I figure out? I don't have the file command working for some reason. NixOS file command not found. What do I need to install for my file command? Figure out if it is an ELF. I'm pretty sure. This was downloaded by Mason for me. Just open it in Vim. ELF. There we go. It's an ELF. The problem is like this was working without any problem on my Arch Linux. So like because my Arch Linux has already a bunch of things installed, right? But over here I don't have something installed and I need to figure out what is needed to be installed. So yeah, Lua language server should tell me about what is needed. And like no, like it still is weird, right? I can just not run the binary. It says no such file or directory. LLD says LDD says this, and everything is found, right? All of the dependencies of this. So the binary is actually working, right? Is this true? / version doesn't work because no such file. LD will tell you about the linked libraries and running, which tell. Oh, DL open. So some of the libraries are opened like dynamically, right? And those cannot be opened. Okay, so this is why you suggested strace, right? So this does something about the home kuviman local.share and vim ... What does this even mean? Can you parse this exec ve? What is exec ve? Exec no such file or directory. Wait, hold on. Exec no such file or directory. Is this what I need to install? The exec? Exec is installed though. No, exec is the shell command in my zesh. Right? Exec is a built-in from my shell. It's not an actual command that is existing. Is this exec is a syscall? And to exec ve. No entry for exec ve in section 2. It's probably man. No, exec ve. It doesn't explain it to me, no. I need to man strace probably, right? How deep am I going to dig? I just want my NeoVim working. Rage quit NeoVim because you actually know how to quit NeoVim. Hold on. Alright. The problem is, I don't know. Oh, technically it's not the NixOS that is the problem, right? Technically, the problem is the... none of the readmes actually list all of the dependencies. They assume that I have something installed that I don't have installed. And we need to figure it out. To quit Vim, by the way, you need to do :Q and press enter. It's pretty simple. Alas, this, please. Alright. I run into this sometimes on MIPS because the binary is LE instead of BE. Okay, how do we diagnose that? But the binary should be little endian because all of my PC is little endian, right? No such file or directory. Oh, the comma please should not have been copied, right? Yes, see? libexec bin no such file or directory. That is true. Like, but why would this need to be existing then? libexec is not here. I mean, yeah, should this be... Wait. Hold on. Home. This is /home is what you wanted me to do, right? Yes, okay. There's the main Lua and the Lua language server in this. All x86 64 is little endian. Yeah, I think big endian is like... I don't even know. Is big endian even used in any stuff? I did some development like kind of recently where I needed to like support both a little endian and big endian, but then I was searching for it and like, is it used anywhere actually? I'm not sure. Maybe on some microcontrollers. It's just the MIPS. So MIPS is something like what is this? It's the micro. Can we? This microprocessor without interlocked pipeline stages for the Wi-Fi routers. Okay, so you program your Wi-Fi routers. Okay, I'm not that deep yet. We just need to do the NeoVim, all right? Programming the routers is going to happen sometime later. If we don't rage quit the NeoVim, that is. You happen to have elf info installed. Elf info. Is anyone using NixOS in chat or no? Elf info is not installed. Probably because I want my command not found to suggest what package do I need to install here, basically. And it's not working right now. Wait, if I do bash, and then I do elf info, no, doesn't work in bash either. You are, but you're trying to get your Wi-Fi working. Oh, okay. Your Wi-Fi is not working yet? You just install Network Manager. It will do everything for you. Or are you trying to do it actually manually with the WPA supplicant or whatever? Not so simple. There's like a lot of ways to have your Wi-Fi working. And the way I do it in my Arch, at least, is I just run the Network Manager. It does everything for me, and then I do the nm-tui Network Manager TUI, and then activate the Wi-Fi. See over here, it's like I can do my Wi-Fi here on this PC, even though I'm still using the wired connection. It's installed already. I don't know what you are doing differently, but I even see my Wi-Fi. What's not working for you then? Elf info. NixOS. It's just the package, maybe? Nix shell install elf info. Okay, elf info. Elf info. Okay, GCC 940 is the output of the elf info, whatever that means. I probably don't have the GNU libc installed, right? On my NixOS, I think. I think that's probably what it is. Libc. That's likely, yes. But how would I actually know that though? Wait, no. If I do LDD, right? It says that libc is actually linked over here on the Nix store, which means that I actually have the GNU libc 237. This is a file that exists, right? Yes, this exists. And this is what my binary is using. So no. Actually not fake. Not true. That's not the problem. Not the libc. NixOS is all non-GNU. I think NixOS is like you can set it up both with muscle and GNU. How do I list my stuff installed? NixOS list installed. Why am I so pale? Am I pale? I don't know. Hi, Davey. Show all packages installed in NixOS. NixOS option. What is this? Underscore NixOS option? Can only be called from completion function. What? This is outdated, probably, right? System packages installed. Nix env. Fury. Home manager path. Sudo. I don't know what this means. Nfin for L. Okay. elfinfo-l. Alright. Here we go. Here's the output. Stripped true. Compiler GCC 940. Static. False. Byte order. Little endian. Machine advanced micro devices x8664. Does that help us? Maybe I should just ignore the Lua and try the Rust. Maybe it's the Lua that's not working. Or maybe I need to install Lua. Nix shell install Lua. Right? Lua. Now we have Lua installed. And now if I run NVim, lsp log, required file not found still. Wait, no. Hold on. This is not it. That's the error from the past, not from this. NVim config NVim init Lua. Do you have your NeoVim working with the LSP Nerdsel or not? LSP info. How do I close this? Hello? What is this and how can I close this? Lua ls. Hello? Why is this on top of my stuff? Okay. Hello? Close. Alt F4. Tab key or escape. Alright. Well, it's too late. I Alt F4'd. You're not going to do NeoVim soon, probably? Okay. Do I have GCC and GNU make installed? Why would I need... I need a reason to... Okay, we can try installing the GCC, obviously, right? But, I mean... Okay, next shell install GCC. What else? Make. What is GNU make? All right, make here, GCC here, right? So is it going to work now? Let's try running the Lua language server. Required file not found. It's not it. It's not it. GCC. Make. Different error? Is it a different error? It's a different error because it's bash, not zesh. I think it's depending on the shell. So like if I run this in my zesh, then it says no such file or directory. But if I do bash and then do this command, then it says required file not found. But it's like it's dependent on your shell. If I do new shell, new, create one of the defaults, no. All right. This says no such file or directory, executable not found. So yeah, it's like depending how it works on the what the error message actually is on the shell. Lua language server requires Ninja. All right. Next shell. Ninja. It requires Ninja for building it though, not for running, I think. Right? Let's try. Required file not found. That's just to build it. Yes, we already have the built binary. Ninja is the basically it's like the alternative to the make. I think something like that. I never used it actually. Hold on. What if I try NixOS Lua language server? Because the thing is, if I go into my Arch installation again, right? This is my Arch installation, and if I do the same, local share and Vim, right? Mason packages, Lua language server, right? This is on my Arch installation. This works, and I did exactly the same steps as I did here. So like the difference is the distribution. I just need to figure out the dependencies. How? Could just try to clone and build ourselves. Yeah, probably a good idea actually. Yes, probably a good idea. So let's go to the Lua language server and try like building it ourselves. That's true. Getting started, build. Lua language server. Wiki, you're saying? Okay. Wiki. Getting started. Build. Okay, let's do this. Temp. NVChat, move this to temp. Okay, git clone. Lua language server. Let's go. So are you saying that it's Mason's problem that it downloads the incorrect binary for me? We should try. So make sh. All right. So it's going to not work, obviously, because I didn't install Ninja yet, right? Lua make, no such file or directory. Ninja not found. Okay, so now we do Nix shell ninja. This into bash though, which is what I don't like. I need there's some other command. Nix shell no no. Okay, I mean this works for testing purposes. Make sh. Okay, C++ is being compiled here. I think Mason might have the build binary before you got the dependencies. Well, it did build it, right? I mean, it didn't even build it. It downloaded the already built version of Lua language server. I'm pretty sure it didn't build it itself. It downloaded it and then extracted it. That's why Mason had the curl and unzip as the entire as the dependencies of Mason. No, I don't have Ninja always. I need to. So when I do this Nix shell p Ninja, it puts me into a shell that has Ninja installed, but it doesn't actually install this onto this Linux distribution. That's how Nix works. It's like different. It's just a temporary shell that has Ninja installed is what I'm running right now. Okay, so it's actually did build, right? So now we do /bin /lua language server, and it actually runs. Okay, right? So Mason did the incorrect binary then, right? So is this Mason's fault? Whose fault is this? All right, so I can build it myself and it's running actually. Yes, it's Mason. Mason. NeoVim. Mason. Let's see. Can I like reinstall this? Uninstall? Oh, you update. See, it's downloading this from the Lua LS, right? Language server. It's downloading it from the releases here. Releases. So let's see the latest release, right? Over here, Linux x64. How do I know which one was actually downloaded here? It's probably this one, right? But I mean, we can try. So here's the copy link. Let's try doing this ourselves. Let's go to temp. I'm going to download this, right? So, and then we're going to tar x to uncompress it, and then we have the binary. Oh shit, I should have extracted this into a different... Okay, anyway, we have in the bin folder the Lua language server, right? This is the downloaded one, and this one says no such file or directory, right? So the already built Lua language server doesn't work on my Linux, right? Issues. Nix OS. Closed. Or what? No such file or directory. Required. File not found. No such file or directory. Launching server. Ino and Choose Sumneko. By the way, somebody told me about the Sumneko. Is this the Sumneko that I need to install? Oh, yeah, over here. See, I'm using NixOS and have the Lua language server on package repository. I've been installing it, but isn't found any config on VS Code. I could create a symlink replacing the binary of VS Code extension, but okay. Will it be possible to create a config on VS Code? Put a custom binary. In my case, binary provided by NixOS is already in path. The version you have installed most likely does not contain the above commit. The commit will be included in the release of 360. What did I just download? Hold on. I downloaded 3619, which should have this. Sumneko is the old name of the Lua language server, not needed to install it. Okay. So here's somebody else who actually had the same problem as me. And they also were running NixOS. Right? And then it was fixed, and now it's still not working for me. Right? Here's what the fix was. Let's see the commit. 360. Let's see. Lua misc executable path. Specify the executable path in VS Code. That's for the VS Code plugin though, right? Or no? Specifying the executable path in VS Code, the path to the Lua language server. So I can make it so that NeoVim uses the version of Lua language server that I just built myself, right? That's unrelated, yes. So that's a different error. They were complaining about VS Code not working, not in NeoVim. So where is there no one using NixOS who is also using NeoVim? There is no way. No way no one had the same issue as I have. So I'm guessing it's just the Lua, and if I try like Rust, it's going to work. Maybe. Maybe? Maybe let's just try Rust. Let's continue with this then. And then I can figure out the Lua later. What is this? Found a swap file. Can I have no swap files? Delete it. Yes. Sure. Help. No swap. I think I just set the no swap. But how do I set this in Lua? Vim option. No swap file is true. Or like swap file is false, right? Is that it? And do something like Vim option swap is false. Is that it? Alright, okay, well, let's not worry about the Lua then. Let's try the Rust. I still would like to know what is the solution here. Can I tell Mason to build it manually, for example, instead of downloading the executable? Probably can. Okay, so the Rust tools. The Rust tools. Rust tools, I just need to install those, right? Now we need to set up NeoVim so that it can interact with the Rust analyzer. We can use the code provided in the example config from the Rust tools. Requirements are this, this, and that. The Rust analyzer is going to be downloaded by Mason. Dot from graph viz. Only for create graph. Okay. There is a stream called the Alt-F4 stream that uses Nix and NeoVim and has public config. Alright. Let's see. Languages. Okay, so they do configure the Lua. And the Lua is still using the same stuff, right? Are they using Mason? So this is the same configuration as I have right now for the Lua language server. But let's see. Mason. I can also just try running their config. I mean, yeah, they are actually using Nix OS, not just Nix on a different stuff. Okay. Where is the... It's probably still in the languages, right? The Mason. Require... Mason? Mason is not here. So where does the Lua language server coming from then? Vim Lua. Set Vim G, set Vim O, set Vim W O. Right. I think I will actually look at this one. This one looks cool. The way the configuration is split here. They are not using Mason. But we are interested mostly in the NVim LSP source for the autocompletion here. That's what I'm trying to make work, right? And they just configured the LSP for Lua. Just like this. Set up servers. Wait, the LSP is what exactly? Hold on, where is the LSP coming from? LSP is LSP 0. This is not the NVim this is not the LSP config. LSP 0. Isn't this the thing that actually the Badcop linked? They bundle all the boilerplate code necessary to have NVim CMP and NVim LSP config working together. Okay. Yeah, that's what Badcop linked me. But then Badcop also said that this eventually broke. And she had to do everything herself. It's not an alternative, it's like a wrapper for LSP config and NVim CMP, which does... And if you opt in, it can use Mason NVim to let you install language servers from inside NeoVim. So it's also like does the... It also, this thing is using Mason itself, basically. Okay. So then reset recommended is what is being called here, right? I mean, I can try this, but then again, just jumping over one thing to another thing. It's still going to download the same, like using Mason though, right? Okay, you know what? Let me try this. Let me clone this repository, right? I'm going to remove my own NeoVim configuration. That's just a symlink, so I still have it installed. Then I'm going to clone this over here. Can I remove everything except for NVChat here and Lua language server? Linux, remove everything except not pattern list. Remove not NVChat. No. Remove the chat. What is this even? Wait, what is this? Why do I have my why do I have the calendar opened all of a sudden? I don't know. Remove bin changelog debugger license locale dual language server, this one main and meta and script. Okay, done. We clone. We clone the .files in XOS. Is it inside a flake though? I'm wondering. Let's see. NVim .files in XOS. Right. It is a flake. All right. Nice. They also have it for Darwin and for the ARM Linux and for ARM Darwin. Away. They have it set up for multiple machines too. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to just create a symbolic link for that files nixos config and vim, right? Into my config vim, right? Hard link not allowed for directory. Yeah, true. Soft link. Vim. No. That's not how I do it, right? And to put the full path here. Right? Okay. No, doesn't work. The main chunk, the two in function require, something doesn't work. They probably also install something using the Nix then, right? So it's not, I cannot just use their new Vim config. I need to use some other stuff that they install. You might have to enable the xglob option for your shell. The option name for Zesh. No, it's probably working. Let's do list not nvchad unknown file attribute v. Okay, bash list not nvchad. All right. Yes, it's not in Zesh. In Zesh, the not means something else, basically, right? Yeah. Okay. So, like, if I want to look at this one, I need to also see what are they using. Are they using the home manager? Home manager. Like deploy. Make NixOS username. All right. System. NixOS. Default. Home manager. There's the shared home manager. All right. So the Vim plugins are being installed here using the Nix home manager, not using the other stuff, I'm guessing. Okay. The repo, he has a just file. The owner might install. Yeah, I know what a just file is. I have just installed. I use it for, like, in my Rust projects. Booster destination. So they install using SSH. Or what? No, no, they launch this. All right. And then they reboot. Okay. So they do completely unattended installation of NixOS. With no root password. Makes sense. But who sets the user password though? I'm wondering. That's my question. When I do the NixOS installation, if you don't pass this, then it asks you for the root password in the end after you install the NixOS. Also, they are not using the NixOS install without the flake option. They mount this stuff into NixOS configuration. This is weird. But yeah, who sets the user password then, right? How do you log into your system? The password is not stored in this repository, right? For the user. Or do they probably copy the public key then, right? And then they SSH into this machine using the public key without the password set, and then they set the password. Like, you don't even need your password, basically, right? But this only works for the remote SSH stuff. You still need the password to be set in order to log into the system, unless you do the auto login. The Alt F4 stream usually stream using during the weekend. Okay, well, I mean, there's a lot of people who might be able to help. I usually try to do everything myself, though. Like, if I will not be able to set up my NeoVim in a week, then maybe I will actually ask for help. Follow. Last time they were playing. Wait, they're playing games. Do they do actual development? I guess they do. But they also play games. Like, if I just ask people and then people come like with me with this solution, then I will not be able to understand it, right? I need to understand why this stuff doesn't work, you know? So I still don't know why my Lua language server doesn't work exactly. What exactly does this error message mean, for example, right? That we don't have a file necessary. Like, what file am I missing? What do I need to install? I have no idea. What is this? Username for github.com? Hold on. Why is this opened? Because of the Rust tools. Rust tools are trying to clone something. Hold on. Rust tools, when installed, trying to clone something and they require my password? That is weird. Cancel. Cloning into unable to read. Alright. I mean, yeah, so we couldn't clone Rust tools. Because it's not the Rust tools. I know the error message. I understand this. They're trying to clone something that doesn't exist. Because this is not the repository. The repository is rusttools.nvim. That's why. I personally don't use plugin managers or LSPs for your NeoVim config. You have a script that install everything and build. You download things yourself. Yeah. I'm still not sure. Like I can set my my Nix to install my plugins too, which is almost like a manual. It's like a script, but managed by Nix. But I mean, your script is your own plugin manager, basically, is what you're saying. I'm not sure which is best. Like, there's a lot of ways to install plugins. Lazy and Vim is the thing that is most popular right now, as far as I understand. Maybe it's not. Okay, so lazy. We have the Rust tool installed. Everything is installed. Updates are available. Update. Updated. Lazy load all to load all plugins. Lazy load all. Load requires at least one plugin. Well, they gave me the wrong stuff. It's the best for you because you know how plugins work in NeoVim. Most of the time you just need to clone them in a specific NeoVim directory. Yeah, I know. But then this thing manages the updates for me, right? But your script is what updates them for you, right? But then if you don't update, then it never gets broken. Do you update your plugins? You need to do git pull, and this is one of the things that the LazyVim does for me, right? Is the updating. Okay, Rust tools is installed. And then we're going to set it up. Now we need to set up NeoVim so it can interact with Rust Analyzer. We can use this in the example configuration, right? For most people, the defaults are fine, but for advanced configurations, see configuration. But the defaults are fine, though, you said. Hold on. Is it going to be working already? CD, home, projects, link cider. Let's see, we have the Rust project here. NeoVim. Source main. LSP. Info. Rust. Nothing works. Okay. Your script removes the plugins directory and then reclones them. Why not just git pull? Why reclone? Okay, let's do the setup. This is the example setup from the Rust tools config. This function, and this is the function. Require Rust tools, and then we set up using this. Server is on attach buffer, hover actions, code actions. Hold on, what this means? Code action groups, leader A, command space, hover actions. But command space is my auto completion, no? Okay, well let's try. Does this do anything? Spawning language server is CMD. Rust analyzer failed. The language server is either not installed, missing in path, or the executable. Alright. I thought Mason that did install my Rust analyzer. So Rust analyzer also doesn't work. No such file directory. Okay, so this is the same issue then. Hold on. This is the same issue as for the Lua. The thing that Mason downloads for me doesn't work. Someone git pull fails, but don't ask me why. Alright. Okay. We have the same issue with the Rust analyzer as with the Lua language server. Okay, so now I need to figure it out. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. So what do I do? LDD, right? It's like the same stuff, basically. You don't get it? Why the file and directory error? By the way, you asked earlier, is this in Lua? By default, it's a hash map, but can be used as a class object. Okay. So it's even overridable. I mean, it's like in JavaScript, the object. If it has a field that is a function, that it's a method. Is that correct? That's probably it, right? Python is kind of the same. Okay, so Rust Analyzer doesn't work. Maybe for the Rust Analyzer it's going to be more obvious, right? Rust Analyzer. Rust Analyzer. Rust Analyzer. Rust Analyzer source. Where is the source? Source, over here. 20-minute delivery. Wait, are you delivering something yourself? Delivery, and then doing NeoVim as a hobby, right? Okay, releases. Rust Analyzer, Linux, x64, VSIX. VSIX is a VS Code extension. Rust Analyzer, x86, 64, unknown, Linux, GNU, GZ, right? This is what I need to download, I think. Copy link. Temp. Alright. We download this. How do I unzip the GZ? This is not the tar GZ, this is just the GZ. Or is it still tar? Hold on. Tar extract directory. I almost never use this from command line. The gunzip? Wait, there's the funzip. I mistyped, but this also exists. What is this? The funzip. Man. Filter for extracting a zip archive from a file. Okay. Gunzip. Hold on, I misclicked again. Zip Rust Analyzer. Gunzip. Zip. Compress or expand file. Oh, gzip is just the same stuff, right? Wait. Gzip is for zipping. Unzip. Okay. Okay. Any options? Example usage. Gunzip. Gunzip. They don't have any examples. Gunzip means C. C is accept. Okay. Oh wait, no, it's concatenation. No? Wait, what is C? Dash C. Write output to the standard output. Okay. Do I just create directory Rust analyzer and then we cd to the Rust analyzer and then we gunzip dot Rust analyzer like this? Okay, it's what did the gunzip do? Hold on. Oh wait, it's unzipped. Now it's a file. Hold on. Now it still is a file. It unzipped in place. Hold on. Isn't this supposed to be an archive? Yeah. And then gzip to gz. This does not look like a tar archive. What kind of archive is this though? I never seen this. Linux extract gz. How to unzip? And to unzip, to open, unzip, right click. No. No right click. We want the plain way of the command line. Thought the gunzip is what I needed to do, no? Uncompress as by default in place. Wait, hold on. This is just one file, is what this means, right? That's why they're not using the tar archive. It's just one file, and this file is executable, right? So I'm going to gunzip, and then the output gunzip dash c dot Rust analyzer, and then into Rust analyzer, right? So we have the Rust analyzer that I'm going to chmod, right? And then Rust analyzer, right? This is a file, which is an elf already, right? This is just one file. It's not an archive. It's not. No. This is why I was confused. It's just like one file is compressed with the gz. It's not even zipped. As like it's not a directory. That's what usually is. You uncompress, right? Okay. So here's this thing. I downloaded this and it cannot run because of the same problem, right? Okay. All right. The Rust analyzer. Let's see issues. Nix OS. Standalone server. Rust analyzer failed to load. Symbol lookup error. Code actions. Binary is not being patched on NixOS on the latest nightly. NixOS package. There's a package already in NixOS, basically, I think. So I should not be using Mason then, right? I still want to figure out what exactly is missing. How do I run when I download an already pre-built binary for Linux? How do I run it? NixOS can't run binary file not found. No such file or directory when trying to execute binary file. Let's see. So like the Robo Instructors, for example, right? Which is one of the games. And they say no such file or directory. They are using Zash. So that's exactly what I have. Right. This sounds a bit silly, but do you know why I'm getting this error? You typically get this error when the dynamic loader cannot be found. There are several options: package the game and use, e.g. the auto-patchel FLLF hook, patch the binary manually, or run the binary in an FHS environment. What is the FHS environment? What does this all mean? Try and stream a run. It's probably the good first try. What's the stream run? This is for Steam. They were FHS. Steam run. Nix shell install Steam run. Unfree. Did I not allow unfree? Wait, I have my allow unfree though in my Nix files. Allow unfree is here. For Nix and Nix shell and Nix or any other command you can add over here. Config Nix packages. Alright. Echo allow unfree is true into home config Nix packages config Nix. Need to make directory config Nix packages. Home config home manager, no, Nix files, home manager, home Nix. Hold on. Do I mean, hold on. Maybe just do this immediately then. Instead of doing this, I'm going to remove this file. Do this in my home manager instead. Allow unfreeze true. Config Nix packages config. Alright, I'm going to do config Nix packages config, right? Config Nix. Text is allow unfree is true. Like that, right? And then we do dots switch. Homenix 90. I need a semicolon. Alright, so now we do Nix shell steam run. That's probably not what I need. Like, I don't need this steam run to run the Rust analyzer. And it's probably going to work. I need to Steam run my NeoVim. What's FHS? I don't understand. FHS environment only. It is not necessary for clients installed from Nix packages, which already use the FHS environment. There are two options to install the FHS environment. The first is to install the Steam run. Another option, in case you need more flexibility, is to directly reference the part of the Steam meta package. I don't understand what this means. Steam run. Steam run Rust analyzer. Steam run. I think something is working. Something is working here. So how about we do Steam run, NeoVim, home, Rust, home projects, a link cider, source, main rs. Invalid value for argument cd, cargo is not executable. Oh yeah, that's right. That's because I need to also have cargo installed, and I have it only when I'm inside this stuff. Alright, so I need to go into my project's link cider, and then I'm going to do Nix shell with the Steam run, and then I do Steam run with the NeoVim source main, right? Okay, is my Rust analyzer working right now? Well, there's one client attached to this buffer, which is the Rust analyzer, right? So it's working right now, correct? What is this? Unwrapping failed. Failed to run custom build command for Wayland sys from the Rust analyzer. Yes, of course, of course. Okay. Sheesh. Look at this. We actually have the Rust analyzer working, even although we have the stuff that is even although it panicked for building the Wayland sys crate, I still have my auto-completion, right? LTTK plugins. Let's see. Yeah. This is the completion using the Rust analyzer, yes. Let's see, app dot run add plugin method snippets. Wait, how do I disable snippets? Snippets are from the Rust analyzer. Can I disable the snippets? I hate snippets. Okay, here's all the methods on my app. Nice. But I should not be able. I should not need to run my NeoVim using the Steam run. This makes no sense to me. Can I make it work without the Steam? I'm using the arrow keys? How did you know? How did you know? Hold on. You didn't know. No, 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 no. How did you know? I was moving in insert mode? Alright. Takes a while, by the way. I need some like indication that Rust Analyzer is like being set up, right? Doesn't look immediately when I'm opening it here. And to give it some time first. LSB. Admute app is... How long does it take for the Rust Analyzer to start? Okay, now it's working. Okay. It takes about the same amount of time like it did in VS Code previously, which makes sense. It's the same stuff, right? Also, can I make it so that... Oh, yeah, wait. It does automatically start the auto-completion here when I do app dot new. Hold on, snippet engine is not configured. What do you mean snippet engine is not configured? I wanted to call the new function, not the new snippet. I don't want my snippets. No. Disable that. Lua CMP config default. Snippet engine is not configured. Hold on. I have my auto completion, but I cannot even actually complete anything. Okay. I think somebody told me that I should have my snippet engine enabled. I should just not add it to my sources. Snippet engine is not configured. Anyway, hold on. I still need to make it work like properly, which is without the Steam run. Without the Steam run. What does VHS in FHS environment mean? FHS Linux. File system hierarchy standard. Yeah. It's because of this stuff. My libraries are not in USR lib. Linux doesn't look easy. Well, I want to learn it though still, right? It does look easy, but it sounds like it's going to be pretty cool, just like NeoVim. You know? So I need to have this stuff. Touche. What does that mean? Used as an acknowledgement during a discussion of a good and clever point. Aha. Okay. Do you use Nix though? Or are you just like looking at me using it? I do have like... Was it you who suggested me the other streamer who uses NixOS and their configuration? Yeah, it was you. The Alt F4. Do you use the NixOS yourself though? Okay, alright. NixOS. I need to basically patch the elves, right? Or what? Like, what is the actual solution to this problem? There should be probably a more lightweight alternative to the Steam CMD. Best way to define common FHS environment. I have the following definition in my system package, which gives me an FHS binary, which drops me into a shell which looks like a normal Linux. So this is it. I can make my Linux look like a normal Linux, and then it's probably going to work. It works great, except there is a frightening block of standard packages, which I partially copied from somewhere, but partially appended a bunch of stuff myself. It's cool while... Yes, that's what I heard too. I mean, it's already kind of cool, because I already broke it once, and then I reinstalled it very easily, because I have my configuration of the system, and everything that I need on my system is inside my Nix files. Sorry. I have my Nix files, which contains the configuration of my Zesh, of my OBS, and with all the plugins for OBS and for running in Hyper-V if I don't run bare metal, and everything, all of the packages that I need to have installed, right? And use Home Manager to specify what how my Hyperland config is looking like. It's cool. It's Nix, cool, but I broke it once. Well, it was my problem. I even broke it not because it was Nix. I could break it the same way if it was any other thing. I broke it because because of the virtual machine on Windows that I was using. It is set up right now, so that it uses the physical disk, the same physical disk that I use right now on the actual physical disk, you know. And then my virtual machine hibernated, and when I rebooted into my Windows, it woke up from sleep, basically loaded its state as it was before I was working on my NixOS natively, and then it corrupted the file system because of that. So it could happen to anything. I just needed to basically hibernate, and then change the disk from the other system is something that you never need to do. So I didn't break it because of the NixOS. I broke it because of the way I set up my virtual machine. I still am unsure. Hold on. I still am unsure. Hold on. I still am unsure. Temporary Rust analyzer. Rust analyzer. No such file or directory, right? This is my question, right? We tried LDD, the Rust analyzer, and this says that this goes here, right? So in normal Linux stuff, right? If I do the steam run, what was it called? Steam run bash, right? So now I have my slash usr bin, and this has everything sim linked, right? But that's something that I don't have normally, I think. Like if I go into my usr bin, then nothing is here, as you can see. So that's why. But LDD still figures out that this goes into Nix store, into specific glibc, right? So how do I... everything is... all of the dependencies are actually installed for this binary. I have everything, right? 8 NixOS run pre-built binaries. No such file. Pre-built binary does not exist or could not be executed. Yeah, so this is the same. I have googled, and in most cases there are meshing shared libs, but clankd has all the needed provided. So what's the real reason for fail to execute? Seems you obtained the clankd from a source different than Nix packages. That's true. What you're experiencing is the lack of a linker located at libld linux on NixOS with a somewhat misleading error message talking about the wrong file. Here's a few options. So we can either download the binary from the Nix packages or write a Nix expression that fixes the pre-built binary up to make use of Nix packages, linker, and other libraries using patch-elf. Patch-elf. Set your NixOS box to support unpatched binaries via something like this, nixld. This is what we want, right? nixld, run unpatched dynamic binaries on NixOS, right? So they are saying also, I wouldn't trust output of LDD, which claims that clankd would be able to find glibc and such. I think this is because the LDD executable incorrectly suggests its own glibc. You can use readelf-d instead, which will report you the interpreter and run path stored in the binary. So run elf, readelf. How do I install readelf? Search NixOS. Sidetrack, I'm waiting for delivery man and can watch each delivery step they have to do. They might need to learn about the extra algorithm because the path are insanely stupid. Maybe it's because they're not only delivering stuff for you, but also for other people. Can this be like that? Because I think when I see the delivery guy on the app, it doesn't always mean that they're coming straight for me. They might do other deliveries before they come and deliver stuff from me. Read elf. Toy box. Is this what I need to? Read elf. Toy box. Read elf. And they suggested that we use read elf -d. Delf-d Rust analyzer. So yeah, dynamic sections contain 33 entries. Shared library, this, and that. What does this? How do I even read this? Read elf. This will report me the interpreter and run path stored in the binary. Where is the interpreter and run path? There's also more to learn in the wiki. Packaging binaries. Downloading and attempting to run a binary on NixOS will almost never work. This is due to hard-coded paths in the executable. Unfortunately, almost all unfree and proprietary software comes in binary form. The main reason to include binaries is because no source code is available. This tutorial will guide you through packaging a binary executable. Using autopack patch elf hook. So this is when I'm packaging something in as an X package, but which is not what I'm doing. I'm trying to just run this stuff. This section describes the manual method of packaging a binary. It serves as a reference on the packaging issues with the binaries and how these issues can be solved in Nix derivations. This tutorial is about how to patch the executable with patch elf, which is sufficient. So patch elf is what we could do. So here's the example that they're using with the master PDF with the PDF editor, the Debian package. Rather, the executable does not just work. No such file directory. See, and then the binary has the dynamic loader, the ELF interpreter, set to a static path, which is general, not available out of the Nix OS. The lib64 LD Linux. We can use patch elf to show and set the library path and dynamic linker appropriately. So yeah. We start by patching the interpreter and see if the executable already starts. About loading, cannot open shared file or object, libsane, no such file. We went beyond the no such file or directory. Error means the setting, the interpreter worked. Unfortunately, we have new errors. We show that some shared objects were not found. Just like before, the executable safely exec libraries to be available in the Linux standard-based directories. Because Nix tries to avoid impurity and global directories, we also have to explicitly set the libraries. Patch elf can show the required libraries, but we still have to set them manually. All the libraries which are not yet found are the ones we need to add to the runtime search path of the executable. Again, we can use patch elf to do this. We will be using Nix index for finding the files we are looking for. Nix index. Oh, wait, hold on. Nix index. I want to do that. Nix index. Nix index not found. Nix index, hold on. How am I even supposed to follow this wiki if Nix index is not there? Nix index. And install Nix index or what? See also Steam run as a quick way to run binaries. Yeah, we could also do the Steam run. We already tried that. But also the NixOS box. What is this? NixLD, run unpatched dynamic library binaries on NixOS. Where is this useful? While many proprietary packages and Nix packages have already been patched, there are cases where patching is not possible. And we download using third-party manager, for example, VS Code. So VS Code would also not be able to run stuff that it downloads, right? Well, there are other solutions such as build fhs user env that restore a Linux file hierarchy as found in common Linux systems. These sandboxes have their own weaknesses. How does NixLD work? Summary below. Precompiled binary was not created for NixOS. Usually have a so-called link loader hard-coded into them. On Linux, this is, for example, this one for glibc. NixOS, on the other hand, usually has its dynamic linker in the glibc package in the Nix store, and therefore cannot run these binaries. NixLD provides a shim layer for these types of binaries. It is installed in the same location where the other Linux distribution install their link loader, and then loads the actual link loader at the specified environment variable NixLD. In addition, it also accepts a COM-separated path from a library to lookup paths. This environment variable is rewritten to LD library path before passing execution to the actual LD. This allows you to specify additional libraries that the executable needs to run. Alright. Installation. NixLD enable true. Install NixLD from the repository instead. With NixFlake. Usage. After setting up NixLD symlink, one needs to set NixLD to run executables. Search NixOS org. Options. NixLD. NixLD. Whether to enable NixLD. Right. That's what we want. Is this all we need? Or do we also need NixLD is file contents. Dynamic linker. Wait, what is this? After setting up NixLD symlink as described above. I need to set NixLD and NixLD library path to run executables. For example, this can be done with shell nix in a nix shell like this. Other library paths inherited by child processes. Rewrites this into that. This can cause problems if the program loaded with this loader executes a normal binary, which should not get this libraries. In the future, it may be possible to redirect execution back to NixLD after the actual library loader has done its job by changing the entry point in memory to fix this. I have no idea. Let's try. So we are going to do Nix files, NixOS configuration, and we're going to path to link. I don't know what this does too, but okay. All right, let's see. I'm going to do programs NixLD enable true, right? Okay, so do I just run? You're trying to run an unpatched binary on NixOS, but you have not configured NixLD. Okay, so now at least we are seeing the better error message, right? Okay, so we need to set up the NixLD. And how do I do this? So when we're making shell, it's not going to be there for everything, right? Nix auto ban LD. Nix alien is another script called Nix alien LD that uses another strategy, wrapping a program in a right shell bin with a Nix. All right, let's see what this is. You're running NixOS and have never encountered the problem? Fear not, now there is Nix alien, which will download necessary dependencies for you. Oh, it downloads. Nix alien, my app. Nix alien LD, my app, spawns you inside a shell. Nix alien find libs. List all libs needed for the library. Okay, so I can just run this using Nix run because it's a flake, and then we run the Rust analyzer, right? But you can also install it into our NixOS installation, Nix alien packages. All right. You can do NixOS installation with flakes. All right. You can do using Home Manager or Home Manager with flakes. Well, binaries loading shared libraries dynamically will probably not work with this script. Okay. Nix Autobahn. If you're running NixOS and ever encountered the problem, fear not, there is Nix Autobahn which you will download. Fear not. They're using the exact same wording. Is this which one is newer? This one is 3 months ago, last month. This one is last year. 2 years, okay. So Nix Alien is newer. Also has a nice picture here. This takes a while to... Unless this is the Rust Analyzer that is working already. Yes, this is the Rust Analyzer already, okay. But so I can, if I do the Nix Alien, and if Nix Alien runs the NeoVim on home projects linksider source main, right? Trace back. I do have some Python here. Violation. And to set up the full path here, right? Okay. This probably will not work. This is just me running one binary. If one binary tries to run another binary, it needs to be wrapped into Nix Alien to be ran. Okay. So I think then, hold on. I think then for NeoVim to work, we need to actually use the the NeoVim here, right? Hold on, NeoVim, Mason, NixOS. NixOS and NeoVim plugins. Some are pure Lua Vim and should be of no concern, as well as those that require locally installed dependency, e.g. repgrep. However, some download executable dynamically, like Mason and Vim, which manages LSP servers and hence might be troublesome. I use Packer as the plugin manager if that matters. Because of a work Ubuntu machine which I cannot move to NixOS, I would like to keep my NeoVim configuration compatible with non-NixOS systems. I would like to ask you for recommendations with regards to options available to understand. You can do it in two ways. Actually, it is more than two ways. You can either use Home Manager to set up your NeoVim plugins or use Flake as I have. You can also pass the Lua. Okay, so basically we should not be using the lazy NeoVim. Is that correct? I think that's it. Let's see. Let's see there. Flake. They have the Home Manager. There's the NixOS configuration. Here's the home configuration. Home Manager. Home Manager modules. Modules Home Manager. Default. Chat and terminal. Terminal. Kitty Alacrity GNOME terminal. Wait, where's the NeoVim? Modules. Home Manager. NixOS. Programs. Slack, Teams, Citrix, VS Code, Discord. Vert Manager. They don't use NeoVim. No, this is NeoVim. Structure. Rust development environment. Templates. Templates. Rust. It's good to have a template here for working with Rust. It sets up the development environment, the shell, right? With doesn't have the env-rc though, with the drenv, with the yeah. All right. Still don't see. This is the desktop polybar, BSP, window manager. All right. Overlay, packages. Let me search this for a NeoVim. My NeoVim build, NeoVim Flake. Oh wait, the NeoVim is like it's in a different flake, right? So system packages is NeoVim Flake packages, and also so it's set up there. Okay, let's see NeoVim Flake. NeoVim. How to use this flake? Nix run dot or nix run NeoVim. Feel free to take bits. They use it weirdly. The inputs are taken from GitHub directly as a non-flake input of the flake, and then they have the Vim configuration using Nix. Is this because this is set up in modules? So they describe their NeoVim configuration using Nix language, right? LSP config Nix. There are options. So we can enable the LSP config. That sounds great. But also very complex. So you need to learn both NeoVim and Nix to write your NeoVim configuration using Nix. You also need a library that translates the Nix configuration into NeoVim configuration. So like if you have in your Nix configuration the line that says that LSP config needs to be enabled, then you also start the plugin NeoVim LSP config, and you add an entry in your NeoVim, which requires the LSP config. That's hard. I'm wondering if I'm going to... Hello, Rust folk. Hello, hello. Not doing much Rust today, though. As soon as I figure out my NeoVim stuff, I'm going to do Rust. We're doing game development using Rust, usually. Okay. So that's good. Okay. So basically I should not be using the lazy. How knowledgeable of Rust are you? I don't know. I would say that I'm pretty good with Rust. I can write Rust no problem. Okay. I think we should be doing the NeoVim plugins using this. Could you make my test my sanity? Sure. Let's do it right now, because I've been doing this for, I don't know, how long have I even been streaming already? I don't have my timer set up. I could use a distraction. Shoot. 3 hours? Well, not that long yet, right? Not even close to rage quitting. Yes, you can paste a link in chat to the Rust playground, yes. Alright. Okay. Smile. Alright. Well, that's not how you write Rust. First of all, unsafe is forbidden. So that's not Rust. If you use unsafe. Run this. Hello world. Yeah, I know. I think I've seen this somewhere. I think I've seen this somewhere already. So this is 9 times 4, 36 bytes. That allows you basically to call, to define a function that prints hello world. Alright. Is the Rust server, in the Rust server we are working on, in the Rust server we're working on make it more unsafe. What does that mean? Why would you need to make this more unsafe? It's unsafe enough already. Alright. So, the thing is, we should be installing our NeoVim plugins using the home manager probably, instead of doing it using the lazy NVim. It's currently raw instructions embedded in, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. It also doesn't, I mean, it does make sense, but it doesn't also make sense. Like, it's alright, you understand how you can make it, but why would you be using it for anything? It's a fun thing, but alright. It's not me to write Rust. Mostly for fun. There was also one other, like, totally safe transmute. No, totally safe transmute. I think. Something. Hold on. Is this it? Have you seen this one? Source. Safe transmute, see? It's just safe. It doesn't even use unsafe code underneath. Control F unsafe. Forbid unsafe code, see? Have you seen this one? Or if you like your clever hacks. Here's one more clever hack, which uses the file called /proc/self/mem. There's also a Windows alternative of that, which is slightly longer. Is there any way to have Nix Flake manage the installation of NeoVim as well as its plugin and any other package required? Yes, you can use Nix to install plugins and dependencies, and while use the home manager to symlink your Lua files. So wait, hold on. This does not answer my question. Like, this is still not going to fix my Mason downloading the analyzers. And since it downloads the binary versions, it's not going to work, right? So that's why when when we were looking into this person's Blake, they don't use Mason. And that's why the other streamer that uses NixOS that we looked into also doesn't use Mason, right? You need to download and install your analyzers yourself. Because anything that you download will not be ran properly on NixOS until you Steam run it. The problem is one, yes. Check out my NeoVim configuration. I think I have found a pretty good way of measuring all my plugins and LSP senders and tree-seeder parsers declaratively so I don't have to pull binaries using Mason or the provided tree-seeder commands. It's a little contrived when reading at first, but it uses NVFetcher to fetch plugins, loads them using Packer, and also install the LSP servers using programs and Vim extra packages. I can drop the same configuration into any Nix system I want and it still works. I don't think it's a problem assuming said dynamically downloaded binary is already present and exposed to the plugin in the Nix store, and that's assuming the plugin itself is doing its check properly to see if the binary is already installed. Since Mason NV manages versioning of LSP servers, I doubt it relies on any locally installed binaries. This is a well-known issue. Nix, in order to accomplish its goal, is greedy, meaning that it needs to manage everything by itself by default. This includes plugin Nix plugins, and Home Manager already have solid plugin support, and you can use Nix without much. I vividly suggest you do not do what you propose, tricking Mason and Vim. You will be in a world of hurt for it. If you prefer Nix to not get in your way, one solution is to give up Nix reproducibility and look into installing NeoVim into an FHS container, so that Mason and Vim can operate on as if it's in normal Linux distro. This is how packages VS Code FHS works. We can install plugins like normal with this particular package, so I suggest you look into at its derivation for inspiration. Okay. So, there's packages VS Code VHS. Is there a package NeoVim VHS? Search NeoVim. FHS. There's VS Code FHS, a wrapped variant of VS Code which launches in an FHS compatible environment. Should allow for easy usage of extensions without Nix specific modifications. So like, I mean, maybe at some point I want to like migrate to full Nix, but I need to start at least with something. So how about I do NeoVim inside the FHS? Why is there no such package? NixOS NeoVim FHS. LunarVim. By the way, what is LunarVim? IDE layer for NeoVim with same defaults. This also looks nice. The Curse of NixOS. I've used NixOS as the only operating system on my laptop for around 3 years at this point. Installing it has felt sort of like a curse. On the one hand, it's so clearly the only operating system that actually gets how package management should be done. After using it, I can't go back to anything else. On the other hand, it's extremely complicated, constantly changing software that requires configuration with the second worst homegrown config programming language I've ever used. I think that NixOS is the future, and but I do absolutely think that the ideas in it are. So I want to write about what I think it gets right and what's wrong. The good. And the bad. The first problem is simple. They developed their own programming language to do configuration, which is not very good and extremely difficult to learn. Well, I don't know. I didn't have any problem with Nix. The programming language seems pretty simple. It's just something like Haskell is hard to learn, right? Maybe. The vast majority of people using NixOS do not understand the language and simply copy-paste example configurations, which mostly works until you need to do something complicated. There are many other minor complaints about NixOS that stem from this. Patching packages is theoretically easy, but annoying to figure out how to do in practice. For instance, any configuration tends to have a lot of spooky action at a distance. What? Second floor does not actually provide real isolation. Running bash will get you. Bash is this. Bash knows that it's running from the Nix store. This means that all software needs to be recompiled to work on NixOS, often with some terrifying hacks. It also means that it's impossible to statically know what other packages a given package might depend on. Finally, the way of implementing it is essentially grabbing a package for Nix store. Try to figure out what the dependencies are, which is obviously not great. It also means that binaries that link against libld Linux or script that use bin bash will not work without patching. Hold on. USR bin env. Well, you can still do USR bin env bash, right? And then it's going to work still. /bin/bash will not work, yes. It's just the incorrect way of writing scripts. All right. Nix, wrap package FHS. Best way to define common FHS environment. Well, a lot of the tools that I use also are not going to work, right? For example, the trunk. I mean, yeah, anything we download is not going to work unless we do the FHS stuff. You can declare an FHS environment. Sometimes things just don't work on NixOS. For example, unfortunately, say the developer also hardcoded this directory path in their code. This means that we cannot change it or patch it using normal means, such as creating a wrapper for it. In order to bypass this, we can create a sandbox in NixOS that uses the Unix file system hierarchy standard. You then declare it in configuration Nix. System packages build FHS user env. And then the target packages is what we want to be available. And CPP FHS. All right, I see. I see. So we can do NVim home Nix files, NixOS configuration, NixLD. To do. Okay, so I'm going to instead create a new module here that I'm going to call FHS Nix. FHS Nix. And I'm going to do environment system packages with packages. Tab doesn't work when I'm in insert mode. It tries to do auto completion, I think. So we do packages, build. I mean, well, we're already with packages, right? So we just do build FHS user env. Name is, let's just make it FHS run script / target packages is packages like this. Okay, so do I have the FHS now? I have, and now I have bin. I have everything in my bin, like normally, and now we run NeoVim, right? Okay. Now we can run NeoVim. So this is almost like a lightweight theme run, right? And we can specify what packages we have there. hold on. So if I can I call this NeoVim? Let me call this a V, and it's going to run NVim. Wait, hold on, what? Assertion! Core dumped! Oh no! NixOS rebuild. Where do I... Okay. That's the first time I actually see a thing like that. Can I try again? No. Well, this is oh wait, this is because I'm inside the FHS, right? I need to do this and then I do. Okay, I see. I need to not do this from inside the normal Linux. I'm going to only use this for running Vim then. Maybe. For now. So can I do V? Alright. V main X. Okay. Let's see. If I go into projects linksider, right? And if I do a V source main, right? And then we do lsp info. We're running, right? I'm running, right? So yeah, I basically have a wrapper for my NeoVim now. Right? App dot dot new. Okay, so okay. At least we can continue with that, right? At least we can do this. Let me do this a little more cleaner though. Nix files. Nix was NVim. Hold on. FHS. I'm going to do this instead. Copy this from here into here. All right. Okay, so this make NeoVim plugins work. Make NeoVim plugins that download stuff. Okay. Okay. That's it, right? NixOS configuration. I'm going to remove the FHS. This is just related to NeoVim. Okay. New file a.out. Where is this from? A.out. Segmentation fault. Fog. What even is this? Alright. Git diff cached. Okay. All right. We can continue now, right? Git commit some stuff. I don't know. Whatever. Wait, am I still dirty? Delete it. Oh, hold on. Git add dot git commit. All right. This is going to work. We can switch then. And we can actually work on the Vim now. Normally. Right? Let me try if I remove my local share NeoVim and try and start my NeoVim again, is it going to work? V. Okay. Installing the Rust Analyzer. Lua successfully installed. So Lua is also going to work, by the way, right? So I can actually, I think, try editing my my NeoVim config now, right? Like this. Do you need to configure your work environment as Lua assert? What? What does this even mean? Do you need to configure your work environment as Lua assert? What Lua assert? What does this even mean? Lua assert. Search in library. Why am I getting a message about Lua assert in NeoVim? After enable the NeoDev and Vim, I'm getting this message. This message is part of the environmental emulation feature of the Lua language server. What does it mean? This is a feature of the language server. This is using the environmental emulation feature to suggest applying a library framework when a certain keyword or file name has been found. Section 1 will apply library framework. But where am I using the assert? Somewhere. Very weird. I grabbed my project and didn't find anything with assert word in it. Check third party. Okay, wait. Do I actually Q or empty cancels? Q. Assert. Nothing related to assert. So here's my configuration of the LSP, right? And I could do workspace to check for third-party false. But still, why is it suggesting the Lua assert library? Okay, well, I can do the here check third party. I don't have the auto completion for this option, I guess, because this is from a plugin configuration. Checks third party is false. False can be completed. Enter doesn't work because snippet engine is not configured. So it deleted my false. False keyword. Deleted my false. Oh no. Alright. And I'm going to add a comment here with this. I guess I can do this comment over here. Wait, hold on. Like this. Okay, so now we're not getting this. Okay. Can I do vim dot o dot, and I can see all of the different... No, I don't see all of the different stuff. Why don't I see all of the options of Vim? So it doesn't do everything for me, right? Okay, snippet engine is not configured. I need to figure that out. NVim CMP snippet engine not configured. Can select any completion item because snippet engine is not configured. You need a snippet engine. If you don't want to use one, there is an alternative here. No snippet plugin. Snippets don't expand with tab and with config use space. What? We recommend using actual snippet engine. The implementation, okay. So what does this mean? I actually need to use a snippet engine. What am I building? I'm not building, I'm trying to build my environment so that I can build something. I mean, I will be building games, is what I will be doing, but today I'm just trying to figure out the workflow. I usually was using Windows or Arch on my laptop, and this is now NixOS and NeoVim that I never used. I was using VS Code before, so I'm trying to like change a little bit how I work. But I have been building games mostly. I use Rust to build games. Let's play a game for a change. Why not? Here's one we built for the latest gem, the Ludum Dare. have one question. How do you get your first dev job as a fresher? I was invited to work, basically, because I was doing competitive programming in the university, basically, and yeah, that's basically how I got my job. It's my CodeForce account. Women. Grandmaster. Kuviman. CP is kind of overrated. Alright. It kind of is, but also, I don't know. What do you mean overrated? You need to not only do competitive programming, sure. It's like saying that like universities are overrated or like school is overrated. You know? You do open source. Well, open source is overrated is also something that you can say. Like everybody can do open source. It doesn't mean anything. You can do good open source. You can do like, I don't know. I also do open source because everything I have built is open source. Now what? Like contribute to them. All right. I have done a little bit of contributing myself too. The real organizations, big ones. Like what? Have you contributed to Linux? No? Okay. Where's your contribution? Okay. I guess I didn't contribute to anything big. Some early stage startups? No, wait. Early stage startups is not real big one organizations. That's different. Okay, so basically, now that I have set this stuff up, hold on, let me remove my config NeoVim again, and let me link the NVChat into my config NeoVim again. Is it going to work then? Do you want to install example custom config? Yes. Alright. Actually works. Actually works. Hold on. NVChat is going to work now. We'll figure out all of the issues. Failed. Well, some have failed. NPM failed with the exit status. NPM is not executable. That makes sense. I never installed NPM. Alright. So TypeScript language server is not going to work. HTML LSP is not going to work. Some stuff is going to work though. Alright. Look at this. Alright. So Vim home config init Lua. C compiler not found. Alright. Makes sense. I never installed the C compiler. But why would I need it? Why would I need it though? Client null ls. Two clients attached to this buffer. Wait, do I even have my autocompletion? I do. Snippets, keywords, enter. Okay. This stuff works. Some stuff being highlighted. Okay. How do I do some stuff here? Right. Should still probably just not use an existing config. But this is already better than we had before, than what we had before. How do I open my my stuff now? I mean, I can just read the configs, right? Lua, plugins, configs. We want the NVim tree. And for the NVim tree, let's see. Where are my keybinds in this? No C compiler found. Wait, I cannot open this. Oh, wait. This cannot open the directories anymore. Okay. Because I need the NVim tree now. Alright, sure. NVim Lua core. Maybe not the core. Custom mappings. Probably the mappings, right? No? Okay, so the semicolon is equal to common. To colon. And this one, okay. More keybinds. This is my custom mapping that they have provided for me, right? Chat.rc. Okay. Configs. LSP config. Here's where I set up my LSPs for all of the servers. We are setting up HTML, CSS, TS, and Clang. Alright. By the way, hold on. The same file is required with different names. Wait, really? What does this even mean? Okay. Now ls. What is this? Null ls. This is the language server, the null language server, right? Okay, where's my binds though? The same file is required with different names. Alright. Core mappings. This is what the core mappings are. Okay. What is a leader in this one? Is leader still the regular leader? Let's see. Anyway, go to the beginning and end. Control B, Control E. Wait, really? In the insert mode, Control B, Control E. Home end also works. Okay. Sure. Navigate within insert mode. Control HJKL. Control HJKL. That's what people use. You don't need to use arrow keys for this. Alright. Normal mode. Escape to clear highlights. Switch between windows. Control HJKL. Which is usually do Control W HJKL. I know those. Okay. Sure. Control S to save. Copy all CC. Copy the whole file. In the normal mode. Alright. Sure. Line numbers. Okay, leader N. Let's see what a leader is. It's not a backslash. Is it a comma? No, maybe it's a space. It's a space. Okay. I'm not sure like what leader should be, but we can toggle numbers. We can toggle relative numbers with space RN. All right. Okay. Sure. I'm not hating this config so far, even although allow moving the cursor through the wrapped lines. Okay. Sure. A new buffer. New buffer. Space N. No, space B. New buffer. With the no name. We have the tabs here at the top, which we can use the mouse to do. Yeah, this looks like VS Code now. Hold on. NV cheat sheet. NV cheat sheet. That sounds nice. Cheat sheet. Let's see. General. Okay. We have everything here. Git signs. LSP config. I want the NVim tree. Leader E. Okay. And toggle Control N. Okay, so that's what I wanted to figure out. Okay, so we do Control N, and we have the tree, or there was some other stuff also. Focus, leader E. Okay, but if I toggle it, it's going to be focused automatically, right? Why when I'm in the cheat sheet, it's not cheat sheet? I need to press Control O. Okay. Cheat sheet, Control O. Okay, it's not just closing. All right. Control N. Open, okay. This is like the nerd tree so far. Alright. Nice. This the NV tree is on my current working directory, right? So basically what we are going to do is we're going to go to projects linksider, right? And we're going to open Vim, and we're going to open the NV tree, and this is how we work, right? Yeah, all right. Lake Nix, right? Presetter parser for Vim has been installed. Okay. Do we have it here? The parser. We have installed the parser. Also, now I want this to be longer, right? Which means that I probably I'm going to make this a group and switch like that between my stuffs. Okay, sure. Let's open the cargo toml. Do I have auto-completion here? Is there a command to format in their cheat sheet? Okay, we have a bigger cheat sheet now because the screen is bigger. Can I search for format? LSP formatting, leader FM. Okay, leader FM. So can I format this stuff? So for example, if I do this, and we do leader FM, leader FM, LSP. Hold on. Well, I mean, I think the thing is we don't have the formatter for it, right? So if I open Mason, then I can search for toml here probably, right? Is Taplo the only one? So just install that, I guess. Taplo is installed now. And can I space FM now? Mason. Taplo. What is a Taplo? Is it a formatter? No, it's not. Taplo is the LSP. Can I search the info on it? NeoVim toml formatter. Mason. Not a Mason, right? Toml formatter. Vim toml, it's a syntax, but how do I... Toml FMT. Okay. Maybe there is no such thing for NeoVim? I don't know. But what's Taplo doing? NVim Taplo. Vim LSP config Taplo. What is it? File type toml. So is it working right now or not? LSP info. 0. I need to enable this somehow, right? LSP start. No? No. I mean, like for Rust, if I open my source main, also not going to, like, right? LSP. Yeah, I need to enable it in the config then. Is that true? This config so far looks pretty clean, and I even reading through the sources is not that bad for the NVChat. Might just use that and then change it a little bit. We'll see. I can start by just using it, I think. We need to go to home config and Vim. We go here. All right, so what do I do here? I need to go into Lua. Where's the custom? Hold on. Was I not supposed to have some custom stuff here? Custom is here, but it is git ignored. I think git ignored files are being hidden from this stuff. But then I see .git though. Hold on. Why don't I see the... Hold on. There is a... If I list the Lua directory, there is custom folder in there. Why don't I see it in the NVim tree? That's weird. NVim tree. Hold on, let me see the configuration maybe for it. Core, epics, configs, and Vim tree, right? Let's see. Maybe we hide some stuff here. Exclude. Wait, they literally exclude the Lua custom here. Why? Oh, wait, because I'm not supposed to be working on this like that, I guess. That's just so that people who work on the NVChat don't put something in custom on accident, I think. All right. Dot files false. Can I filter out the git ignored? Sure. Git enable. False, ignore true. Huh? Wait, hold on. I opened this, and I still have the other tab opened here. How do I switch between tabs? It's still the same window, but multiple tabs, right? That's actually a cool binding that they have here. In the normal mode, I can just press Ctrl H, Ctrl L, switch between the windows instead of pressing Ctrl W, H, Ctrl W, L. That's what I used before. Let's see the cheat sheet again. Probably want to like read through this, though. Window up, window down. Window left, saved file, window down. Line number, clear highlights. Mapping cheat sheet, window right. Move right. General I. So this is general for the insert mode, right? Okay. Sure. There's basically beginning, ending, and then the arrow keys, but using HJKL with control. Git signs, whatever. Escape terminal mode. General T. What is terminal mode in Vim? General V, General X, LSP config. Alright. Telescope. Which key? Which key? All key maps. Which key? Query lookup. Go next buffer, go previous buffer. Tab. And shift tab. So tab, shift tab. That's easy. In normal mode, this is what it does, which makes sense. And then, yeah, in the insert mode, the tab just does the tabbing. That makes sense. I like this config already. Hold on. Do I even need to configure my NeoVim? I just use this. I remember some really cool stuff in the Kickstarter though. One of the things in the Kickstarter was Kickstarter. They had something. I think they did control space to node incremental selection, and for NVIM tree seeder. Yeah. Scope. Incremental, node incremental. This stuff also does the tree seeder, right? So is there something related to tree seeder here? I don't see it. Which means that I can instead try the mappings. Alright, switch between windows. There's still the control space that does something. Comment is a leader slash in both visual and normal mode. Like normal slash to toggle comments. Actually, I like, yeah, okay. Alright, I will probably change some of that. I like double backslash. I think I like the backslash for my leader, is what this means. Or like at least I remember using double backslash for toggling the comments. I don't know. That's what I was using. Telescope. Tree seeder. Is tree seeder here? Indent blank line. Use tree seeder scope. Hold on. Leader CC. Leader CC. Leader CC. Leader CC. Leader CC. Ah. I'm not sure what this does. Jump to current context. So like the function. I could not jump out of the function, I guess, is what this means. So I stopped at the function. So like inside of this, I'm going to jump to the if, and from here I'm going to jump. From here I'm going to jump to the function. From here I'm jumping to the local definition. From here I'm jumping to the function. From the beginning of the if, I'm not jumping to the function definition though, which is weird. But I can, yeah, I can do press left and then CC, okay? Git signs, okay, tree seeder though, hold on. Tree seeder is not here. Tree seeder Lua. Tree seeder, so this plugin configuration does not. Wait, so if they mapped the control JKL to switching the windows, can we make the control W to just closing the tab? How do I close a tab? Close buffer, leader X. Okay. Leader X. This one, mappings. Save changes? No. Leader X, leader X, leader X. I cannot close the unnamed buffer. There needs to be at least something. Alright. Nice. Can I increase the size of my NVim tree though? Sometimes I want that, I think. I can focus it. You know, or is it going to be increased automatically if I just open something that has a long stuff in it? No, I just will not be able to see it. But I can do Control W and do increase the width with the right with this Control W. Now I see some text that I like. Hello there, Cowface Dev. Which text exactly are you talking about? Back, welcome back. I have cheated a little bit with my NeoVim. I just made it work with Nix OS. NeoVim, I never used it before. Like, this is my second day trying to configure it. Basically, I used VS Code, and I also used Vim like a very long time ago, and I used it wrong probably. I over here I have enabled the NVChad like configuration, and I think I like it. I'm not even sure if I need to change a lot about it. I don't like some of the mappings for like commenting on the line. I press space slash. Like I would like double backslashes, I think, but other like mostly this config looks nice. But the way I made it work is a little bit hacky, and I'm not super like so basically, since you used Nix, you know Nix or no? It's not reproducible. Yes. It's not right now in my home manager, sure, but I think I can just copy paste it in my home manager or something, or in my home manager I can download their NVChat from the specific git commit and make it reproducible. No, I can make it reproducible, even like the NVChat stuff, but some stuff is not reproducible, like Mason, for example, right? So I'm not supposed to be doing this still. So one of the biggest problems that I had was that when I do in my NeoVim, so like, let me show you NeoVim. If I just open it like this, and I open something, right? Hold on. Let me show you this. I'm going to remove the local share NVim, and then I'm opening NVim again, and it still works. Wait, what? Why is it still working? Hold on. Wait, abort. Why is it still working? I don't understand. Hold on. So I'm going to show you what I did. I opened, here's my Nix files, NixOS, NeoVim. Here's what I did. Alright, sure, let's install everything again. Okay. There's some stuff that failed, like the npm failed to spawn because I didn't have it. But whatever. Here's what I did. My NeoVim, my Mason specifically, downloading the language server protocol, language servers, and when you download something and try running it on NixOS, it doesn't work. So I have built the FHS for my NeoVim, which basically I have an alias called V, which opens the NeoVim inside the FHS, which looks like a normal Linux and not an NixOS. And this is not something that I am supposed to be doing. You was there until I started the NixLD stuff. Yeah, so like I was trying to make it work without the FHS. So what this does is making the NixOS look like a normal Linux. You know? So like when I'm inside my NeoVim, if I go and take a look at like for example /bin /usr bin, this is what we have. We have in our usr bin, we have all of the different stuff here, which is linked into the Nix store. But when I do this without the FHS, if I see what's in my usr bin, there is literally nothing. There's like only the current environment, I think, is what this means. I don't know. You used to run NeoVim inside NixOS without any issues directly. Well, running NeoVim itself is not an issue, but then I cannot use some of the plugins in NeoVim, like Mason, right? So Mason over here, right? I can do something like I can download the hold on. I can download the Rust analyzer, for example, right? The Rust analyzer. Let's install this. Rust FMT. Let's install this, right? So this was downloaded, and this downloaded Rust analyzer was not working for me, and I couldn't figure it out for the longest time. This is because I need to install my packages and install my Rust analyzer using the Nix packages instead. I cannot use Mason, literally, right? So I created an environment for NeoVim specifically, right? So like NeoVim is running like it's running inside inside a normal Linux, so that it can use the regular, like the lib64 Linux something LD, I don't know, the LD that's normally used to download the runtime dependencies of a binary, I guess. So yeah, it's kind of fake, I guess. It's not how I'm supposed to be working in NixOS, but it's working, and I can work in my NVChat, in my NeoVim now. So I can work on my Rust projects now, you know. Yeah. See, and I think this configuration, the NVChat that I just downloaded, I was reading through it. It's not bad. I'm not hating it. You haven't used Mason though. Yeah, as far as I understand, I looked at some other people's configs that use NeoVim on Nix, and none of them use none of them use Mason, basically. So some of plugins are not going to work, basically. But I can convert this to the Nix configuration eventually, at least. I need to start actually trying out the Vim, though, first, and getting used to it, instead of using the VS Code. Which now I can finally do, that I have made my Vim finally work. At least in some way, you know? I can change how it works later and make a reproducible stuff. Also, no C compiler found. So this is required for the NVim tree-seeder. Right? Why do I need a C compiler for indenting in NVim tree-seeder? I personally manage my NeoVim via Home Manager, and I have all my LSPs under extra packages. Yeah. Yeah. This is a little more manual though, right? Like yeah. That's how it's supposed to be working, I guess. But in order for me to get started, because I need to get started with something, I think I'm going to start with this, and then eventually, maybe I will migrate to what other people, because I'm new to the Nix too. I literally installed NixOS like 2 days ago. Treeseeder compiles all the binaries on your system. So see, like so this means that Treeseeder is better. Instead of downloading the binaries, it compiles them, which is good. This way it's going to work on the NixOS without any problem, right? Because I tried like compiling the Lua language server and I tried compiling the Rust Analyzer. No, I didn't try compiling the Rust Analyzer. I tried compiling the Lua language server on Nix and then it was working. But the downloadable Lua language server doesn't work. Okay, so I need to install for Treeseeder. NeoVim Treeseeder. Let's see. Requirements. We need tar curl and C compiler in my path. Alright. So, let's go. And, pretty sure you can just grab Sumneko Lua language server inside your environment. Sumneko is something that's outdated, I think. Sumneko is the old. You can just grab Subneko Lua language server inside your environment. Wait, what does this mean? Grab. When you're saying grab, you're saying like install in Nix from Nix packages, and it's going to be picked up by Mason instead of downloading the thing myself. I don't know. I think Mason is going to download them anyway. I was like searching before you came, like Mason NixOS. Here you go. So like think they are saying that Mason is managing the versions of the language server, so it's going to download them anyway or something. I don't know. I was looking into it a little bit. I didn't try though. I did like figure out this FHS, the file system hierarchy standard. So I'm already proud of myself a little bit. Did I try without Mason? I didn't try installing plugins. No. I only tried the lazy NeoVim approach. So I need to not use lazy NeoVim for managing my plugins. I need to install them from the Nix packages. And for Mason, instead of Mason, I need to download my language servers, my formatters, my linters, using the stuff. As NeoVim has built-in plugin manager. Yes, but you need to download the plugins though, right? It cannot download stuff. It can only like plugin. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't use linters. Wait, do I not? Sumneko is two things: the dev author, and until recently it was the name of the Lua language server. So in Sumneko Lua language server, the Sumneko part was might be the author dev name. Yeah, I guess. Okay, hold on. Let me go to my Nix files. All right, and then let's see. So here's my Nix configuration, and I wanted to do something. I wanted to install the GCC, right? So for NeoVim, that's what I did. And then for configuration, hold on. I already installed something for Mason to work, right? Like, you know, Mason also has the dependencies. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Is it in NeoVim? Yes, this is like, so like for Mason to work, I needed to install unzip basically. Otherwise Mason would not be working. And now for the tree-seeder, we need to install the C compiler. So I just do GCC, right? And this is tree-seeder requires. Okay. So now I just wait. File exists. Hold on. File exists. Control S. Huh? File exists. Is this because of this? Written. Okay. I don't know. WQ. Yeah, I tried. See, hold on. I tried the W, but it said that file already exists, and I need to do W exclamation mark for some reason. Now it's not required. I'm not sure what's different now. So if I open this file again, I think this is some configuration here. If I do something here, W, see, file exists, press exclamation mark to override. You have semicolon max to, yeah, by the way, this is also what they have in this framework, yes. So semicolon is similar as colon. I'm not sure if this is a good idea though, to be honest. But this is not only in your stuff. This is what, so I'm using the NVChat, right? Here we go. In the core mappings, here's some of the mappings that they did. Or is it not here? I don't know, somewhere. Cheat sheet. Semicolon, enter command mode. It's a bad muscle memory when you switch to bare Vim, but it doesn't matter to you. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I have read through a little bit of the like keys that this uses compared to the default Vim. One of the things that I immediately like, for example, is that to switch windows, I can do Control H to go to my Vim tree and Control L to go back. So in normal Vim, you do Control WH and Control WL, right? So this is one of the like good things already, even although I'm not used to it. I think I'm going to get used to it like immediately. You always type. Wait, you always do colon WQ with colon? Oh wait. Yeah, no. For this, yeah, sure. By the way, they have it mapped to Control S to save my file. See, save file, Control S. Control S. But the problem is the file exists at exclamation mark to overwrite. I'm wondering who thought of that. So like the first time I open a file, they say that I cannot write it for some reason. I cannot write to a file unless I do W exclamation mark. Let me see, where is it actually set up? Control S, horrible? What do you mean? It's not using mouse, it's still using your, like, the buttons are here. You don't use Control S for anything? I remember when I was using Vim, like, back in the days, I had my save mapped to F2. I pressed F2 to save my file. Not Control S, but F2. I don't know. That was my maps. And also, instead of doing colon W, do you know that there is U? No, something. Update. This is like write, but only write when the buffer has been actually modified. So when you spam your Control S, on where you spell your F2, on when you like do stuff. No. Control colon up for update. This command. So like, So like the first write to the file actually writes, but the second write to a file is doing nothing. You know? Which is better than write. What does window key do? Window key is using for controlling my my stuff, my hyperland. Speaking about which, I think I should do like window H goes to the different window inside the hyperland. Right now I do windows left and right to switch between my windows. Also, for those of you who use Nix, the cow face, you use Nix, right? I have a problem on my on this PC. This is so I have Windows T binded to opening terminal, right? And when I press it, let's see how much time is going to be wasted until the terminal is actually going to pop up. How do I fix this? And it's not only about my terminal, like some apps, they take 20 seconds or 10 seconds to just launch. And I have no idea. There's also :X, which will write the current file, then exit. So this is better than WQ then, right? Yeah, see how long it took for the terminal to appear? Takes a coffee break until the terminal pop up? Yeah. Like, how? Why? Any ideas? ZZ or ZX are the close second choices, but I prefer not to touch them. Wait, what is ZZ? Help ZZ. No C compiler found. Lol. ZZ, like Z, but leave the cursor on the same column. Hold on, what is Z? Scroll in. Redraw. Why would I need to redraw anything? Z. Z. ZZ. Oh wait, it centers. It centers my cursor to be in the center of the that's a good command. Yeah, I think I remember that. I think I was using it. The ZZ. At least I used it once. Now I remember it. ZZ is good. ZZ also saves and exits. ZZ. ZZ the lowercase is useful. ZZ uppercase, not sure. ZZ uppercase is basically WQ, right? Not sure you use I3. So maybe it's the problem with Wayland, do you think? Is it the problem with Wayland? I don't know. There's yeah. Might be Hyperland or something else. I'm pretty sure it's not Hyperland. It might be Wayland, yes, but I think it happens sometimes when something is not installed. I had this on my Arch when I didn't have my Polkit service enabled. So when or something else. No. So like when my Firefox, for example, wants to show a notification and my notification daemon was not running, then it took like 20 seconds to realize that like notification server is not there. So yeah, or like it took 20 seconds to actually launch it because it wasn't launched already. But I'm not sure what's happening here. Okay, I didn't look into it yet. Okay. So now I want. Did I want to do something in my? Did I want to do something to my Nix configuration? Oh yeah. The GCC for tree-seeder, yes. And then we realized that writing to a file is not always possible when I first open the file in my Vim, for whatever reason. For my terminal, you can do like Emacs, open it when you start your OS and never close it. For your terminal, you can do like for Emacs. Oh, yeah. But sometimes I want multiple terminals, no? Like, I don't use the tmux. I don't use this. We're going to install ZellaJ anyway to try it. I instead launch multiple using my window manager and then swap between them. Let's just wait another 20 seconds for another terminal to pop up, I guess. You do the same. I always have it on 0 and jump to whatever I need. Yeah, I have a dedicated workspace on my laptop for the terminal, but still I am launching it manually. So yeah, I'm doing this for 2 terminals instead of tmux, you know? So I will not have to wait for it to open. It will be already opened. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. But like right now, I have already opened 3 instances of Vim in 3 different terminals. This is 3 different windows here, and one of the windows in this tab is this stuff, which I can probably move to a different workspace. Window Shift 3, I think. That's what we do, yeah. Alright. We have this, and we have that. Alright. My bad, I type way slower than you think. Wait, you're not using Vim for typing messages in Twitch chat? I thought maybe that's why you're slow? Alright. Is the problem actually that I'm using, is the VHS the problem, I'm wondering? If I do NVim, I can still open this right now, right? And then if I edit this, and then I do W, no. This is definitely something configured by the NVChad. So what is it? Why can I not save a file for the first time normally? Why do I need the exclamation mark? Why? How would you do this? Like, if you wanted to make it work, how would you do this in the NeoVim? NVChat. I think that's the only thing that I don't like from this so far. Issues. New file. Have I checked out Lunar Vim? No. I tried Bootstrap and Vim. I opened the website for the Lunar Vim, yes. You think Lunar Vim is better than NVChad? Let's see. Lunar. There's also the Astro and Vim, I was told. Astro and Vim. Which one is better? I think Lunar Vim is one of the best NVim distros. Alright. I really like his series Lunar Vim from scratch. Wait, Lunar Vim is they have Lunar Vims from scratch. Which series? This is opinionated, extensible, fast. Alright. You like Lunar Vim, don't forget. Okay, I mean, I can try. Let's just try it. I tried it in VChat. I'm almost liking all of it, but we can try something else before. Working actually. Personally, your personal config is the best. Well, personal config needs to like have some stuff at least, you know. Some of the stuff that is there in NVChat that I have been reading through is what I want in my config. Like I think most of what I have seen I want in my personal config. So why make my own personal config from scratch then? I mean, what I need basically is to read through the entirety of NVChat sources and then delete what I don't like. But I think like almost everything that I liked. I would like to change my leader, for example, from space to some other key. I don't think I like space as my leader. I don't like the fact that when I open the file for the first time, I need to do a W exclamation mark. Kickstart and Vim is what you push. Yes, this is what I tried already. I tried this. I like NV Chad more. I think some of stuff here was good though. I liked the control space binding, not for the completion. Over here on the tree seater. On the tree seater, I can do scope incremental to do no node incremental control space like this. The tree seater, I never used tree seater. Maybe other stuff also has this. Ugh. I don't think I have seen this in the NVChat. The keybinds. VMG map leader is key. Yeah, that's what I need to do. We'll try to open the file with nvim clean. Hold on, what does this mean? If it works, you'll know your issue is from nvchat config. Well, I have tried NeoVim without nvchat already. I tried my own configuration. I started writing my own configuration already, based on the kickstart nvim. The docs are better for Lunar Vim too. MO, I have tried all of them, Lunar, NVim Chat, and Astro. Okay. But, I mean, NVim, NV Chat, I need to read sources, and then I understand everything, basically. Right? And it's not very big. I don't know. We'll see. NVim clean u non, launch NVim without configs and without plugins. Yeah, well, I mean, if we do NVim clean u non, and we don't have plugins here, and if I maybe I'm doing something. Hold on. Uh hold on. Maybe if I do a Vim NixOS configuration, for example, and then I do this and then I write, then it's written. Okay. So I think the problem is the nvim tree. When I open something here and then I do this, then the file exists and we need this to overwrite. I think it's because I'm pressing O key on my nvim, because that's what I used when I was using nerd tree back in the days. I just muscle memory. I still have it, I guess. So what do I use to open a file here? I'm pressing O, which means that it opens a new file with the same stuff. I guess it copied it or something. I don't know. Or is it or is it this how I was supposed to do it? Help nvim tree. NVim tree quick start. What are the keys for NVim tree? O. Yeah, see, I pressed O. O means open a file. That's what I'm doing. And when I'm opening a file from the NVim tree, this is when I cannot write to it. Have you heard of Telescope? Yes, I have heard of it, but I didn't try it yet. I need to try it. It's also enabled in this NVChat. Why, if I do this, though? Maybe press Enter or L. Where? In the NVim tree? There's no L here. Lowercase l. I don't know. It seems like O is for opening files. Enter works. Okay. Let's do it with enter. Enter works actually. Hold on. How is O different then? How is O different? So O opens like a new file or something. If I open with O, then I cannot wait. No, I can. Hold on. Now I can. I did the same stuff. Hold on. What? Save changes. File exists. This file exists. I need to do exclamation mark to overwrite. I don't understand. Always insert mode plus new line. No, it's insert mode plus new line in the normal like buffer when I'm like editing stuff, right? But in the NVim in the tree, it's doing other things. Yes, it's not nerd tree, it's NVim tree. Nerd tree is the old Vim stuff. So in this thing, if I open, for example, I open this folder and it expands it. See, that's what it does. When I'm pressing O, it's like pressing enter. Pressing enter does the same stuff, just like O. If I open this, and I open in my home Nix file, and if I try writing to this file, I need to add the exclamation mark. But if I press enter, then I can write to it. Why? Oh, hold on. No. Enter does not fix it. Enter doesn't fix it. The way I fix it right now... Hold on. This is very weird. This is very weird. This is very weird. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. If I open the file for the first time, I cannot write to it. File exists, see? But then I close it, and then I open it again, and then I write to it, and oh wait, hold on. How was it fixed last time? It's like RNG. Maybe problem with permissions? I don't know. With which permission? But if I had problem with permissions, that I could not force write. This says file exists, which means that this opened a new buffer with the contents of this or something. I don't know. It's like, it's weird. Hold on. What does this error even mean? File exists. NVim file exists. With NVim tree seeder installed, I always wait. It's with the tree seeder. Hold on. Is it with the tree seeder? Apparently Vism does this fine. Is there were any issues with opening a file? I've been having the same problem. Just in case anyone else comes across this, I ran into this issue today, fixed by commenting out the configuration for Rainbow in my TrueSeeder config. What? I had the same issue too. For me, the offending lines in my tree-seater configuration in my NVim config was related to the key maps I had, specifically if offending chunk of code, if it's problem with tree-seater. Wait, the problem with tree-seater that I had, maybe it's maybe tree-seater like bugs out because hold on, the tree-seater currently doesn't work for me, right? How do I do tree-seater? Tree-seater. Tree-seater is not loaded basically for me right now. And I think that's why we installed the GCC, because tree-seater required. Why am I not hitting the errors, by the way, anymore? Is out about the missing. Tree-seater is for highlighting. Yeah, I know, but that's what this issue. Did you see this issue that people were talking about? With NVim tree-seater installed, I get the file exists, add exclamation mark to override. That's exactly what I was having. Do health check. Health check health. It's not check health check. It's check health, right? All right. Warning. NVim LSP config overriding config. All right. I don't know. NVim tree-seater. Did I already switch to the new NixOS with the GCC? I did not. Why am I not having the issues anymore then? I think it's because I opened my Linksider project, maybe. This has Rust installed, which means that it also has the C compiler installed. So this fixed the tree-seater for me. I think that happens sometimes. Because this has the nvar-c file, which basically installs Rust when I'm inside this directory, which also installs the cc, right? Like I have cc here, but I don't have cc here. I think that's what it is. So like if I go and remove my local share and vim again, and if I try from scratch, right? Then like if I install everything from scratch now, then the tree-seater is going to bug out, right? No? Yes? NeoVim has the Lua C and Vim parsers bundled. Wasn't I getting the errors that the C compiler wasn't found? No, wait, hold on. Why am I not having the errors anymore? Nix grammar isn't installed. Maybe for Nix. Maybe when I opened the Nix then, right? So like here, if I open this stuff and I open Flake Nix. Well, no, it is highlighting this. Hold on. When did I get the errors about the missing C compiler? And why am I not having the errors anymore? I don't know. I don't understand. I don't remember. Because the GCC, even although I added to my Nix configuration, I didn't switch yet. Now I'm going to switch and I'm going to have it. Or was it not for tree-seater? No, it was for tree-seater for sure, right? So now we have the CC. And now if I open Flake Nix, well, this time it was written. Tree-seater parser for Vim has been installed. Do you see this? It actually did fix it. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe it was Tree-seed parser for Vim has been installed. Where was the error though? I don't know. Welcome to the non-reproducible system. You are everything that a true Nix person hates. Yeah, I think I'm going to like try to get used to the non-reproducible first, and then migrate this configuration. Whatever. Like I need to try out stuff. Do ts install Nix. Ts install Nix. All right. This is different now. This is now looking different. I already had the thing though. The highlighting. What did it do? It's now highlighting my stuff using tree seeder, and before it was highlighted using something else. All right, so I think we fixed the problem, right? So now what do? Now we remove our Vim configs again, and now we remove the config and Vim. I can preset languages, grammars you use often in my config. Yeah, that's what I should do. The reproducibility stuff is overhyped. Well, I don't know. Is NeoVim overhyped? Is Linux overhyped? Maybe we should all just use Windows or Macs. Do you like that idea? Yes, install and install the language grammar necessary for format lang. But I was already highlighted, no? Okay, anyway, let's try the Astro and Vim, or the, wait, Lunar and Vim. Lunar and Vim is the best, right? Is what I was told. Alright, let's try this. Install. Okay, we have to install something more, which is the npm, no? Okay, so already, and cargo installed on the system, alright. And cargo, alright. Okay. By the way, can I do the reproducible, the Nix way of doing the Lunar Vim? What is, like, is any Nix person using the Lunar Vim? Nix Lunar Vim. So basically, when people ask in the forums, in Nix forums, if they should be using this, they said that they suggest you download and take a look, and then do the stuff manually, right? Is that true, or is it not true? What are they telling here? Installing, because it's impossible to contain the effects of the scripts. How do we do this reproducibly? No? I didn't have Nix grammar for tree seeder. Before you used ts install Nix, you had 10 grammars, and the count was 11. Yes, but my syntax was highlighted still, right? Isn't tree seeder used for highlighting? I had different colors in my Nix file. So highlighting, like there is multiple different ways of highlighting. Tree seeder is just one of those, and NeoVim has some default that was used. That's why my highlighting changed when I installed it. It uses regex rules, yeah. Okay. Alright. Lunar Vim, Astro Vim on NixOS, let's see. Is there any way to install? Allow. Whatever. There is... it probably takes a bit to set up. There is no docs on Vim configs on the wiki. As an alternative, you can put the config anywhere you like and tell NeoVim to load the config from there. Wait, can you tell NeoVim to load the config from the Git repository? Not very Nix friendly though, but easy to start with without Nix knowledge. So that's what we are doing, right? It may be disappointing, but the easiest way to run LunarVim on NixOS is just to run this script, install it in your home folder while skipping all the Python and Node dependencies it wants to install. That's not very reproducible, which Nix is all about, but it has the advantage of working. When running it, you obviously need NVim in your profile, as LunarVim is basically a wrapper and config around NVim. I think this wrapper route also might be the way to go in case you want to create a proper Nix native LVim. Oh wait, it's actually like a different command, the LunarVim. But I haven't tried so far. The actual script is LVim, so to speak, is living in there, plus a few exports. As for language servers it wants to install, they won't work for reasons I haven't investigated. Yeah, so language servers that it wants to install. I have already investigated the problem with language servers. That's why we do the FHS wrapper around our NeoVim. That's why I'm writing V instead of NVim to launch it. You would recommend lazy NVim. We were using. Just get the NVim starter kit from NVim repo and customize on your own. No, I want to try out. I have already started with customizing with my own. I tried looking at Kickstarter NVim, and then we tried looking at the NV chat, and now some people saying that the LunarVim is the best. So I should try before deciding what I want, and like eventually we'll probably settle on a custom one. But I don't know. Lunar is doing more, it seems, than just Lunar is more than just the config for NeoVim though, right? Lunar is kind of bloated, to be honest. Yeah. NVChat didn't look bloated to me. Did you try NVChat? This thing I liked. It doesn't look too bloated to me. I try them all and see which one I like the most. That's why I'm going to try it. Yes. Let's try installation. I can go back to any one of those. I can basically go with NVChat and then customize it because some of the stuff I want to change here. Yes. Astro or lazy are okay. So lazy Vim is a different one. Lazy Vim and lazy NVim are different things. Lazy Vim is also the pre-configured stuff. Blazing fast. And then Astro. Well, there was some person here who said that they tried them all, including LunarVim, AstroVim, and NVChat, and the LunarVim was the best one. So let me try this one first. They said that this is the best documented stuff. No alarms and no surprises. Okay, do I just do this? The installer. Do I just do this? Okay, let's try. Copy. Why not? Is it going to work on the NixOS though? Because NeoVim and like some of the plugins didn't work in the NixOS. That's why I couldn't. I like yesterday. I spent like 6 hours trying to figure out why my NVChat is not working. Why my Kickstarter NVim is not working. Like nothing. None of the pre-existing configurations worked. Basically. So let's see if this is going to work. I'm guessing not. Detection platform for managing any additional NeoVim dependencies. Would you like to install LunarVim's Node.js dependencies? And by installing, what exactly do they mean? Where is this going to be installed? I know I chatted a lot with Chris, the author of LunarVim, which is a really cool dude, but never tried LunarVim. Alright. Now we know that the creator is called Chris. Nice. Yes. Okay, it's going to not work, obviously, because the Node.js is not installed, right? Warning, skipping installation of optional Node.js dependencies due to insufficient permissions. How to solve it? Alright, would you like to install NeoVim's Python dependencies p and vim? Yes. Command not found. Org. Wait, alright. So, just do no, alright. Alright, sure. Sure. RAS dependencies, rip grep and fdefine, no. But then something is not going to work from this default configuration, right? Alright, fd, make command not found. We need to install make for this to work. Okay. Where was it even working? Hold on. Can I take a look at this script? Install build essentials. NixOS build essentials. Build essentials is a Debian concept that doesn't translate to something in Nix packages. But std and phys are fairly close. With Nix, could you install make in the same environment as GCC? Yes. Sure. Yeah, no, I can. I already installed it, by the way, for something. Something else required me make, or maybe I installed it temporarily. Like I can do a Nix shell with a temporary installation of something. Or I could try changing my my actual Nix configuration over here. Let's just install it temporarily. You know what? Let me for this testing purposes. I don't know what is like the good Nix way of doing this. I can do temp.nix for my temporary like stuff here. Right? So Nix has multiple environments. It's I don't know how to explain it, but I guess yes. I don't know. You can install everything like to your user if you want to. You can install everything for the entire system. You can install things temporarily. You can install multiple versions of the same package too, I'm pretty sure. But you, like, yeah. It's an interesting concept that I'm just, that I'm also just learning for now. Okay. Environment. System packages is with packages something, right? We wanted the make, the GNU make, I think is what it's called. NixOS. Hold on, git add first. NixOS test. Nix plus NVim, good luck. A lot of new concepts, I guess. Yeah. I haven't really like customized my hyperland yet. You know, this is still basically the default, almost the default configuration of the hyperland. I don't even have my bar set up and everything. I need to rise my system. You know, I only have Zesh configured, as you can see, and this this theme for also, yeah. I also wanted to like try a different shell, the new shell. You know that one. Anyone here uses the new shell? You're doing the opposite of me. What is the opposite of me? You don't have a shell or editor? Oh, you're just doing the hyperlent first? You're doing the rising first and the bar configuration? Okay, yeah. Yeah, like I literally don't even know what time it is right now because I can change the project and have dir env just pop up in all the dependencies. Yeah, that's what I'm doing for, I guess, for like over here we have the where like I have projects, the link cider, right? This is my game made in Rust, and I have my Rust set up inside uh the flake, the Nix dir env is what is set up here, right? We just use the flake here in the env.rc, and the flake sets up for me to set up my my inputs and stuff. By the way, wait, hold on. Since you are here and since you know stuff, type date in your terminal. Also, I have time in your prompt. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I actually know what time it is. I forgot that I have my time in my prompt. All right. That for me is the best feature of Nix. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I tried making this game a runnable flake, right? So that people could do something like git nix run github kuviman link cider dev, right? Because this is my my game, and it's working here. This is the game, but in if I try this outside of my environment here that I have set up, so if I go to the different folder, right, dir env has been unloaded. Now if I try running this, it's saying that the GPU is unable to be found, and I'm not sure how to make some things available when I'm running the build program. Can I show the flake? I can. Hold on. Here we go. This is copied from like this is done using the Bevy engine. So we are like we need to install like stuff like the Elsa lib and Vulkan loader and stuff for the thing to even compile, right? But then these things are not available when we're doing so like app runtime inputs. I think app runtime inputs are literally not used. We have the package here. So this is the package where you're doing the packages Rust platform build Rust package to build everything. This is reproducible. See, we have the cargo SHA here, and we're copying the assets and everything. But where do I specify the runtime inputs? This thing is ignored because this is not the parameter in the build Rust package. I saw this somewhere else. Like if I make a shell command, then I can create the runtime inputs. It depends. You're not the best guy to look at the flake. All right. The yeah, the flake is here. On the dev branch. On the dev branch over here. Here's the flake. If you want to best tasks on the Nix Discord, yeah. I think I will. I didn't ask yet though. I was trying to figure out on my own first. Like I have built a flake already, like for the dir env and stuff. I'm already proud of myself, but the runnable flake is a little bit too much for me for now. All right, we wanted to do what? To install thing. No, not the lazy NVim. The lunar Vim. Okay. I can also make it so that they install stuff manually. Okay, no, 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 no. Alright, let's see. Preparing the lazy setup. You can start Lunar Vim by running lvim. Thank you for installing lvim. You can start by running lvim. So lvim, the local bin is not in my path. So I need to run it directly. Local bin lvim. Alright. The one runnable flag I have is of your NeoVim. Should my NeoVim be a runnable flake, or should it be managed using the home manager? So find file is this. This is the telescope, right? Projects, P. Recent projects. Nice. Configuration, C. Config Lua. What file is it? If it's managed by your home manager, you can make it into a runnable flake. Alright. But does your NeoVim has like runtime dependencies? That's what I want to figure out how to do basically, right? I need to have some packages. Nope. Yeah. I was like trying to find one example of a runnable flake which has a dependency and not just one file that we run. Because I need my drive. I need access to drivers and stuff. You know. I need some stuff available, right? All right. So what do we do now? Find text T. Find text T. Okay. Projects. Recent files. Oh shit! I pressed Control \. What is this? Control \. Creates me a virtual terminal inside of this. That's cool, I guess. Is leader key space. Space. Oh no, not here probably, right? Space. Comment toggle current line. Find file. Alright. Explorer E. Alright. This is the NVim tree too. Local share lvim mason. So they have the mason, right? Too. And if I go into mason, they have the Lua language server. So let's see if their Lua language server is going to work for me or not. Which means that I'm going to go to. I guess I just all I need is the lvim home config neovim local init lua, for example. Is it working? LSP is inactive, they say in the bottom right. You cannot see it, but it's there. It's inactive. I guess I can do this, and then you can see it. It's inactive. Why is it inactive? lsp info. Root directory not found. Lua ls. Check lsp logs. lsp log. Yeah. It's the same stuff. Cannot execute. Yeah. They actually wait, but oh yeah, okay, yeah. So this is the same problem that I had before. So you cannot just run something that you download on NixOS. You need to do some stuff here. That's why my NeoVim is running through the through some wrapper. That's why. Can I make shit so that my LunarVim is running through wrapper? Let's see what home local bin lvim. This is just this stuff, right? This is still the NVim. So it even uses a different configuration for the LunarVim than for the regular Vim, right? So can I edit this to, instead of running nvim, it's going to be running using the v command, because this is my wrapper, and then it's going to work, right? Then I'm going to do again lvim init lua, and now my language server is actually active. Now I have the auto completion here. Nice. Okay. And then I can make the LunarVim to be available through an alias, or at least, or can I, how do I add something to my path in Nix? Should I even do that in Nix? Maybe we should just like try it, symlink. No, not the symlink. I can make the alias in my shell. NixOS, home manager, no. Home, wait, Nix files here. If I edit my home manager, I have my aliases here in my Zash, I think. Over here, aliases. I can do lim. Let's do lim. Is going to be home women local bin lvim. All right, like that, right? All right, lim. I need to restart my terminal though. Personally, I recommend managing NeoVim through Home Manager. Yeah. I was trying to do that before. I want to like move all of my configuration to Home Manager eventually, but I'm just like trying to figure out what I want to do with my NeoVim. You know, do I want to use the lim? You know, yeah, I want to use this. How do I make the LunarVim available in my Home Manager? I need to see what the installer does, right? This bash script that I ran randomly. All right, let's go to projects, Linksider, right? And let's open lim here, right? Space C. No, hold on, space. E, Explorer, yes. Here we go. Let's see. We have source and main RS. Let's see. The tree seeder for Rust has been installed. The Rust analyzer is running. Warning, failed to run build scripts of some packages, says the Rust analyzer. by the way. The game is compilable though, right? I like it. Shows me the current branch that I'm on. Doesn't source Zesh RC just work? Maybe. Maybe. Probably works, yes. Okay, so do I have my stuff, right? Let's see. So they also have this config, alright. Nice. Let's try doing something. Let's change the slide side effect here. Oh, they have it so that my cursor cannot go to the very bottom of the screen. That's what I like too. I don't remember if this was like that in the Envy chat. What do I want? I don't remember the code. So when doing the slide here, next rotation, I want to basically to not do the rotation here. So I'm going to comment this out. So space slash is how I comment, which is not the very. I'm not a fan of space slash. What even fingers do I use to press that? Anyway, we Control S. Control S doesn't work. F2 doesn't work. How do I write my files? Just using :W? I don't know. I'll have to like see what's in the NeoVim. Can I just read its source too, like in VChat? So now I want to compile this, right? Can I also debug? No idea. Shift. Wait, shift what? Shift V GC. Shift V GC. Shift V GC also works, but there is also the space slash. So like the leader slash basically to comment current line. And I think if I do visual and then I do also, yeah. So we can do visual GC. Maybe just GC. Just GC doesn't work on the normal mode, only in the visual mode. GCC. Oh, GCC is on a single line. All right, it does work. I don't know which one is better. Maybe I would like to change it to the one that I'm used to, which is the double press of a backslash. That's what I was using. GC something. All right. Let's see. Commands dot entity event dot layer is entity, right? Let's see all the commands. The commands are insert. That's not the only command that's there. This adds a bundle of components to the entity. There's other commands. Can I? Yeah, the fact that this is here, the let m, the ref, the box. These are the snippets, and I want to remove those from the completions. That's for sure. I hate snippets. Like, I want my auto completion here only, and like my analyzer. My smart completions is all I want in this. It removes a bundle of components from entity. Control F, Control D. That's what other people use, yeah, for scrolling this little help. There should be an option in NeoVim, okay. Syntax error, sure. Okay. So am I supposed to bind my keys to some command that runs my game and that compiles it? Or What do I use? I don't know. I think Nerdcell was using something like bacon, right? What is a bacon? Background Rust code check. This just checks it though, right? For running, you still do the running, right? From command line. So I need a terminal, and in order to open the terminal in my Lunar Vim, I just do control backslash, and then I do just run, and we panic because libudev was not found. Wait, why is libudev not found? Hold on, this doesn't make sense. Failed to run the custom build converter for Wayland. So that's why that was my Rust Analyzer was talking to me about too. Failed to run custom command for alsa sys. Wait, this was working before though. I could compile my project. What do you mean? Why cannot just queue here? No write since last change for buffer. Link cider main. Oh, link cider main. I changed something here. Okay. Sure. Let's close everything. Let's try running. If I run this not from the Lunar Vim, then it's working. But from inside the Lunar Vim, it doesn't work. And I think it was the same with my Vim, the regular one. So if I do like the regular NeoVim, this is the NeoVim without any configuration. If I do exclamation mark just, then it's going to panic. So why is that? That's again because of the stupid stuff. All right. Hold on, why? This is because of this thing, the build FHS user env. That's what my V is doing. It turns my NixOS into something else. And nothing works then, right? I need to make some packages available here. Or what? Well, my cargo is still available using the dir env. My cargo is still available, right? Cargo is still available. But this says the package config. The xkb command was not found in the package config search path. That's because when I'm doing this this FHS, it does something. And my package config is looking for stuff in a different places now, right? once again. So it's more issues with the NixOS so far that I don't know how to solve. Although my NeoVim itself is working, the package config cannot find stuff for whatever reason. Because of whatever this stuff is doing. Build FHS user env. Build FHS user env. What does this even do? This provides a way to build and run FHS compatible lightweight sandboxes. It creates an isolated root with bound Nix store, so its footprint in terms of disk space needed is quite small. This allows one to run software which is hard or unfeasible to patch for NixOS. Basically, like, so everything needs to be patched for NixOS for it to be working properly. Sometimes we can do the sandboxes. So like I need all of the stuff that I need to work listed here, and then it will work, obviously. This changes the root path. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Missing file issue. Oscar M. Lage. Hello there. Thanks for the raid. It's not missing a file. I'm not even exactly sure how this works. The package config. Do you know how package config works? Like, at all? Right now I have also like my... Nope. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm not exactly sure how it works either. But basically, yeah, I have my libraries that I need for the project to be compiled listed inside this virtual environment, basically, right? Which is only available when I'm inside this directory. NeoVim Raiders. Nice. Nice. But people like NeoVim. I'm only learning it though. And also I'm struggling with NixOS, which slows down my NeoVim progression. So I have I'm trying to decide which kind of NeoVim do I want to try. We have tried the NVChat, we have tried a little bit of custom, and here's the Lunar Vim. Which one do you use, guys? What distro? This is the NixOS, which makes things harder for myself. Oh, you use VS Code? NixOS, yeah. And I installed NixOS like two days ago too, so I like don't ask me about it too much, all right? I've been using Arch before. I know how to use Linux, but NixOS is like different. So right now my Vim works, but then from inside the Vim, I cannot compile my project. From outside my Vim, I can compile my project. It's working okay. And the reason for that is that I am being placed in a different... Hold on. Maybe it's like the package config itself is different. So package config, where is my package config? So my package config is in the Nix store here, but when I'm going into the Vim, then which package config? No, it's still there. It still is there. What's wrong? Why am I using Vim instead of VS Code? Maybe some environment variables are missing? I have no idea what is missing. What do we need for package config to work? Where does it look for packages? I don't know if Vim is better than VS Code or not. I have been using VS Code before. This is the second day of me trying the Vim. Use whatever you want. Yes, use whatever you want. So like right now I just want to try out Vim because why not? Maybe I will like it. Maybe it's actually better. So how does package config work? Does anyone know? Where does it look for packages? Where does package config look for packages? Directory prefix lib package config. By default, package config looks in the directory prefix lib package config. Oh, and then hold on. Is that true that if inside here my user, my lib? No. Hold on. Where's my package config? There's no manual page for it. Okay, I need to Google. Where does package config take information from? Why could I not man? All right, sure. Because man installed globally and this installed in my virtual stuff. All right, maybe. Variable PC path. I need to figure out what my flake actually does. I think. What I did is we did this native build inputs and build inputs. Packages make shell. Do. Maybe in the NVim terminal where you try to compile the project has no cargo env in the environment. No. So this directory has the file called envarc, which is used by the thing that's called dir-env. If you know what this is, my envarc is set up to use the flake. Flake is a file that I was just looking at. This specifies that my shell, when I'm inside this directory, should have package config installed, should have these libraries installed, but these libraries are not actually installed on the system. They are only installed and I only see them when I'm inside this. This is like puts me in, it like changes my file system and what I see, basically. And then the same thing is being done for my Vim right now inside my over here, it's in this file, I'm building the FHS user env. So Nix is like different from the normal Linux in a way that it doesn't have the file system hierarchy like in the normal Linux. This is the file system hierarchy standard. This is what is required for a lot of things to work. That when you download a binary that is that says that it's compiled for Linux, a lot of those binaries, they assume this, right? But NixOS does not follow this standard. But I can make a virtual like stuff, an environment that does have this. So I have this for my NeoVim because NeoVim, some of the plugins, they download executables that would not be able to run if I don't do this. Like the Rust, like the analyzers, language servers, and other things. I'm having two virtual environments basically that conflict with each other. And hello, Ray March. Can you check if those files are loaded from the terminal inside NVim? Yeah, I can. But I need to figure out what exactly is needed and what is causing the conflict here. So I need to. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what package config is using. Ray March, do you know how package config is working? I cannot compile my Rust because package config cannot find some stuff. Hell no. Okay. Package config. All right. Let me see. I just need to figure out what exactly, and maybe I can like change it to look into a different place or package config. Where package config looks. Package logs into the directory prefix. What is the prefix? So it's just the /lib. It will also look in the colon separated list of directories specified by the package config path environment variable. So I can specify the package config path environment variable, which is not specified right now, I think. Right? Wait, package config path is specified. There it is. So here we go. We have the path for all of the libraries, actually. And when I'm inside my Vim, let's try echo package config path. And now it is set to USR lib package config. So see, the package config path has changed. That's why my Rust is not compiling anymore. So I think maybe if I change my package, if the way I'm building my stuff, do you have the same issue inside inbuilt terminal? What's the inbuilt terminal? I need to figure out what this build FHS user env does. Maybe I can make it so that it doesn't change the package config. Build FHS user env. A floating terminal I had. Yeah, it's the same because the Lunar Vim I also run it through the NeoVim that is like inside the FHS, you know. I can show you, I guess, if you don't believe me. There we go. I can do this, and then I do compilation, and it doesn't work. Did you try Nix develop inside the terminal? I guess I can try Nix develop inside. Yeah, if I do Nix develop inside the terminal, it's probably going to work because it's going to undo. Or doesn't Nix develop even work when I'm inside the VHS? Okay, now it's working. Yes. Because this sets the package config again to be package config path. This is now pointing to the Nix stores again. But if I'm outside the Nix develop, then it's pointing to the USR lib. Wait, I cannot clear the terminal here, by the way. I cannot. I tried pressing Control L to clear, but then it just closes it. Clear. I guess this works. So yeah, this is my problem right now. The package config path. And I'm not even sure if I change it, if I fix it from inside this environment. If it's going to... It's probably going to, like, break some more stuff, maybe. NixOS, build FHS user env package config path. Package config not configured in this. Is it because I installed the package config? Instead, you only see this, and the contents of this directory are only this. I would expect this to be present too. Is it possible to have multiple versions of Vim? Yes, it is. That's what Lunar Vim exactly is doing. If you have tried the Lunar Vim, when I installed it, it literally installed it as a different thing. I can show you what they did. They local bin lvim, this file, what it does is they say that they are launching the NeoVim. This is NeoVim. Don't I just change it to V because that's how I launch my NeoVim. And then I know, is it going to work for everything? This is Lunar Vim specifically. I guess the init Lua, this file also specified where your cache directory and where your config and where your all of this stuff is. Let's take a look. Config directory. So config lvim init Lua. Lunar Vim base directory. Oh wait, no. Home local share Lunar Vim lvim init Lua. So this is their init. I don't know. No, I don't know. It's possible because that's how they did it, but I'm not sure how exactly you do it. You found a config with NVChat and another with Astro and Vim. You would like to have both installed on your computer. Yeah. So you're doing exactly the same as I did. How about you try the Lunar Vim too? Because this is literally going to have your like this is going to be set up additionally, and the config is going to be in a different folder. There's this NeoVim plugin designed to make it life easier to be able to manage several NeoVim configurations simultaneously. Okay. Nice. Did you ever find a workaround for this? Some packages split development files into separate dev output, which are not installed by default. Awesome, thank you. This was my issue as well. Well, I guess this is not my issue. Seems cool, Lunar Vim. So now you have to install 3 different configs. One with NVChat will be your main, one with Astro Vim, and one with Lunar Vim. You don't know the difference between both. If I remember correctly, there is an environment path that NVim looks at. To change that, you can change configs. There is an environmental path that NVim looks at. What do you mean? Like to change my environment variables back to what they were? I don't know exactly what they are. They are being set automatically by this flake, whatever it does. Like I guess I can copy paste this. So like I can do this, I think, right? If I copy this, then I launch my Lunar Vim, I go here, compilation doesn't work, but then I say that package config path is going to be equal to this. And then I do the running, and then it's going to work, right? So, but this is not the correct solution, I think. Can you explain what does LunarVim compare to NVim? It's the configuration for NeoVim, just like NVChat. It has some like stuff configured for you. You can configure your NeoVim in a lot of different ways, and both NVChat and LunarVim they have it configured for you already. Like you can add to those configurations. But then some people advise that you should do your own so that you understand what is being configured and how everything works, you know? Switching to NeoVim configs is easier than ever now. So yeah, you can do something like that to manage multiple NeoVim configs, I guess. We found this. Exploring the top NeoVim distributions. Which one reigns supreme? This is minimal set of plugins, and this is comprehensive set of plugins. See, that's the difference. Conclusion. I don't know. So many cool configs for NeoVim. Yeah, and I mean, yeah. And then you eventually build your own, I guess, is how it works. Okay, so what do I do? Technically, I should not even be using this, right? But then I would not be able to run the NeoVim, the Lunar Vim, for example, the way that is set up. Let's Google Lunar Vim, NixOS specifically. What am I working on, by the way? Like in general, today I'm working on figuring out NeoVim and NixOS and how do I work. But in general, I'm doing game development using Rust. Here's my itch page. Here's one of the games that we made recently. I'd like to learn Rust in the future. Good luck. Also, I think my system like lags sometimes. Sometimes my mouse lags, and the sound lags also. I'm not sure what's that about too. See what's happening to the sound? Is there any way to install Lunar Vim on NixOS? So language servers, they don't work for reason this person doesn't investigate, but I know why they don't work. Oh, but if I just install the language server Nix, it will pick it up. Hold on. How about we try that then? How about we try that? What if I edit the local bin lvim, and I will do the nvim automatically here without my stuff. Maybe it's also possible to have a specific version of nvim on the Windows subsystem for Linux environment, maybe. And then Cowface also points you out for the Kickstart and Vim. It's also a good place to start. I did start with that actually. I didn't go to YouTube though. Okay, so if I go lim, it's still working, right? But the Rust analyzer is not going to work, right? So if I go lim, and I open my Rust, then my Rust language server is inactive. LSP log, and as you can see, it cannot execute the Rust analyzer. I'm trying to run an unpatched binary on NixOS, right? So, but they are also saying that if I install the Rust analyzer myself, right? So, for example, can I go into home Nix files, NixOS? Did an NVim config that uses Vim script and not Lua is usable on the classic Vim? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm not the person to ask. But maybe somebody in chat will be able to answer. There's Space Vim. What is Space Vim? I remember the name, but I don't remember what it does. It's also the distribution for Vim. Okay. It's another configuration. Okay, so how about I actually install my analyzers here? Right? Rust analyzer. Is it going to work if I just install it? From the Nix packages? The Rust analyzer is now in the path. Mainly because of key bindings. Well, yeah, that's why I wanted. That's why I was saying that I like NVChat, but I would change some of the bindings there. But I know how to change it, so it's no big deal. I can just copy paste and then change some stuff that I don't like, right? All right, let's try lim, and let's open my main RS. Language server protocol is inactive. Let's see, LSP log. It still is trying to launch the same stuff basically. So I probably need to remove the local share lvim stuff and launch the lim again, right? So that it's going to re-download. No, the installation in progress for the Rust analyzer. It's not picking it up, even although I have it installed. So they lied to me. Right? Installation is in progress from Rust analyzer. Must be because of the script. Which script? Check the path on the lvim script. They didn't change the paths. If I open my terminal here, the Rust analyzer is available, see? But they are doing the installation. Wait, what are they even doing? Mason's fault. Yeah, I know it's Mason's fault. Mason cannot pick it up, right? If we're... we're looking at Mason, nothing is installed. Well, it should not install the Rust Analyzer automatically anyway. But LSP info. LSP log. This is old. Hold on. Can't you override Mason? I have no idea. Hold on. I was thinking that Mason should pick it up from the command line, no? Also, Mason doesn't really tell me that anything is even changed. Also, Tree Seeder doesn't work. As you can see, I don't have even the highlighting. Wait, does my why does my Mason says that nothing is installed though? Installation is in progress for Rust Analyzer. Client 3 quit with exit code 1 and signal 0. Who is client 3? So yeah, see, they cannot execute the Rust Analyzer. I'm trying to run an bash binary on NixOS. Sounds like Nix issue. No. Well, Nix requires work for stuff to work. That's for sure. That's for sure. I don't know. I'm not ready to rage quit NixOS yet though. I'm not ready. I think I will try a little longer. And have all the bin in the same Nix environment. No. I have it available right now. Right now, the problem is in the Vim itself. We are trying to run the wrong binary. They are trying to run the binary. Like, where's the path to the binary that we are trying to do? I thought it's in the local share. I thought I removed all of my local share, LVim, Mason, packages, Rust Analyzer. This is what they are trying to run. The Rust Analyzer downloaded from the internets. And if I try running this, then it will not be able to run. But the Rust Analyzer that is in path can run properly. See? That's the difference. Why are they trying to do this? If I remove my local share NVim, LVim, then it's going to download it again. Right? See, so this doesn't exist. And I'm launching my Lunar Vim. And then I'm editing source main rs. And then I have an error. What even is this? Get package. Hold on. Hold on. Quit. So Mason does not install the Rust Analyzer, right? So why is it there then? Normally LVM LSP would run it from the path. The Rust Analyzer. LSP log. Hold on, this is not the last one. So why is my language server inactive right now? Why is my Rust language server not working now? How do I check? LSP start. Let's start it. That's the old logs though. Where's the new logs? I have no idea. Nothing is working anymore. Okay, I know how to make it work. With the NV chat at least. Not with the loop. But with the NV chat I have an idea. And the idea is I use the Rust Analyzer and everything from the Nix packages, then they are going to work. So I don't use Mason, and I don't use anything that downloads anything from the internet, because anything I download doesn't work. The binaries. I need to either compile things from scratch or patch those binaries. I prefer using pre-configured configs, right? I want to try the pre-configured configs. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to try. So I tried NVChat, it was kind of okay. And now I wanted to try the NeoVim. How about if I go to Mason, NVim, and then I look into NixOS here. Package does not run on NixOS. It is because of the dynamic loader of the binary pointing to a path that does not exist in NixOS. You need to do something like this. So yeah, we need to patch the binaries if we want them to be runnable on NixOS. Tried Space Vim and there was more digging and messing with the configs than what you was expecting, so you just wrote your own config. Yeah, it's like so far I think I'm going to do a modified version of the NVChat. NVChat is pretty small, and I can read through it easily. It's pretty small, and I like pretty much almost everything that there is in it. So I think I'm just going to copy paste this and change it a little bit for myself. NeoVim might be a little too much for me to read though. Let's see. Lua LVim. It's probably a lot more files, so it's going to be harder to read. But I mean, eventually, maybe I will be able to understand all of that too. Okay, let's see what they are what they are. Okay, so yeah. For binary in 0. Nix shell. and with the patch elf, they are doing the patching here. And this, you can then call something like this for all of the for everything that is downloaded by Mason, for example, right? I need to patch. So if I patch them, then it's going to work. That's another solution. Instead of putting everything in a sandbox like I'm doing right now. I was curious if I could make a more automated solution for this. I kindly don't suggest this, but one could add something like this to configuration nix. Dun, 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 dun. So they're actually creating the linker, the default linker, so that it's available. And leap64 is in the current system, leap64, okay. That's pretty much what the sandbox is doing. But it's doing more a little bit. Apparently the platform detection for Linux systems is a bit too relaxed. I have NeoVim and Rust Analyzer in the same sandbox, yes. I think right now, I mean, I can show you. So Rust Analyzer is installed, right? Right. Then we have I don't know, something happened to my NeoVim though. Why is my NeoVim not giving me errors? Hold on, Rust Analyzer, LSP inactive. Client 3 quit with exit code 1. Where's my logs? LSP logs. Okay, this is actually the new log. Yeah. So see, it says cannot execute the Rust Analyzer. It's trying the unpatched binary on NixOS, but if I see the Rust Analyzer is still here. Oh wait, hold on. Oh shit, it actually doesn't work, even though it's in path. Which Rust Analyzer? Oh wait, it's because the NeoVim puts. Yeah, see, it's this one is still from Mason. So Mason doesn't pick up the Rust Analyzer that's installed. Basically, that's why I'm looking at the in the issue tracker of Mason, and I see this this issue that says that don't run on NixOS. So let me read this. Maybe they have a solution. That's like one of the solutions. I can patch the Rust Analyzer that they downloaded for me using the patch elf. For auto patching installed binaries, you could probably hack something like together like this. Mason registry on package install success patch elf. And then here's the function patch elf that I need to implement. Alright, that's a good solution, I think. If this is going to work. Is there anything specific that Mason does that makes it particularly appealing even on NixOS? That's a question. Just got the same issue and I don't know how and why it's failing. By the way, how about we also see about NeoVim issues, NixOS. Tin, 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 tin. Has anyone packaged NeoVim for NixOS? I would like to know if anyone has packaged NeoVim for NixOS. I have also been trying to install NeoVim on NixOS, but I get snag on npm install globally, which NixOS can find. No issues, npmg NeoVim globally, however. To install probably global with npm. Alright. I'm probably doing it all wrong, but here's my attempt. Personally, I think NixOS store way of installing LunarVim will be a pain in the ass because of the development velocity of LunarVim. I installed NeoVim unwrapped and simply placed my nvim config in .config with stow. Install the unwrapped version. I've been looking for a way to make LunarVim work on NixOS for almost 2 weeks, but yesterday a friend of mine, Alpha, told me about a way to make home local bin work on NixOS by writing this line in your code in home. Add support for local bin. Okay, so this session path. Alright. You like my title? Best title? Wait, what was my title? I don't remember. NeoVim until rage quit? It's probably NixOS until rage quit at this point though, to be honest. I'm not having much issues with NeoVim. But NeoVim and NixOS is hard. I mean, NixOS is hard. Okay, so this thing doesn't really fix the plugins, like the Rust Analyzer. Like mostly the LunarVim works, but the stuff that it downloads doesn't work. All right, let me look at this. Because the binaries need to be patched. I'm too lazy to patch every binary each time I update Nixes. I do this on my ARM system because I'm too lazy to patch every binary each time I update Nixes. Probably a bad idea, but I don't run production dev systems. This? LDSOConf. So that's something. I can try this instead of doing a... Should be not a arch though for me. Fake ETF, hello. This patching must be done anytime glibc changes. I use Mason instead of NixOS to handle the binaries because I was already using Mason before moving to NixOS, and I still have some machines not using Nix yet and share the same NVMRC for all of them. I actually managed to make it work with NixLD, but I feel like that's too much hack just for this. But how did you make it work using NixLD? I know what NixLD does. Run and patch dynamic binaries, yes. How did you make it work though? Hello, I'm having the same issue with Nick Mason and NixOS, and also want to use Mason because I use Ubuntu. I got this working by adding the following in my init Lua. Alright. That's what we can add. I can like, but I need to add this to the LunarVim configuration then, right? This uses patch elf to both figure out what interpreter should be, and then to set the interpreter on the target binary. Non-elf files will be ignored. Okay, that sounds like a good setup. Let's see what's next though. The commit, what I did is linked in this issue above. Basically I set Mason to prefer using system installed. Oh wait, hold on. Basically I just set Mason to prefer using system installed program if it's available with this. Alright, so Mason is not preferring using system installed programs. And we can make it by appending to the path. I guess. And by default it's probably prepending it. Right? Is that correct? Like if I check here where Rust Analyzer, and it's in two places, right? Here and here, and this one comes first, and we need this one to come first, and then it will work, right? But also, to be honest, the other solution where we actually patch the binaries sounds better because it's more automatic, and I don't need to like install the binaries on the system then. I'm trying to make this solution work. It's more attractive for me, but it's not yet working. I think the problem is, for me, bin apps path. My file structure is the following. Also, executing the regex in my terminal doesn't work. I have to quote the regex to get results. Regex is escaped for inclusion in Lua string. What we actually have to do is figure out where all the executables are in the package and patch them all. I've modified the function this way. Alright, here's another attempt. It gives me the following messages when installing. To do. Mason fails with following message. Marksman, no such file or directory. When changing this, what is the actual path? Hold on. Where is the very end here? Just to clarify, this would be very far down the backlog and more of an escape hatch for NixOS people who insist on using Mason. I feel like it's fighting the fundamental design philosophy of the distro and not something I'd like to encourage. Alright, so we shouldn't be using Mason, is what people are telling us, you know? You agree? All right, but if I want to just try LunarVim, I cannot just try it on the Nix then, right? I cannot just try it to see if I like it or not. That's the problem. So I need to actually work and change my configuration to something else. Which, okay, I mean, okay, I can surrender and just try. The only thing that is not working is language server. Well, and tree-seeder. I think tree-seeder is working right now, no? Tree-seeder is not downloading. Tree-seeder is compiling stuff, and that means that it's working actually. I think. I don't know. But then we're going to go back to the NV chat. But I actually do like, for example, this integrated terminal in the LunarVim. This is cool, I think. So I will need to figure out how to make this in my Vim. I only need to deal with Rust Analyzer. I mean, probably, you know what? Since I'm doing the dir env, I can probably just edit this flake to also install the Rust Analyzer here. So the Rust Analyzer is going to be installed here, but it's not really needed to be installed on the entire system. But then I need to make it work, you know. Hold on, the NVim is not existing. So the nvchad, let's go nvchad again then, right? Here's my nvchad. So it's going to install stuff. And tree seeder. Tree seeder is installing. See, tree seeder didn't fail. Nothing is failing so far. The only thing that is going to fail when we're trying to run tree seeder. So I can do tree ts install, right? Ts install nix. No? How did we install it? ts install nix? No? Nix, not installed right now. Ts install. ts enable. ts enable nix maybe? That it? Is it working? Is this the three-seater now? Check health. So yeah, Mason is doing something. Mason is complaining about stuff, but we are not supposed to use Mason then, right? Prettier is not executable, so like for something they want to use prettier. I can disable some stuff that I'm not using and create my own config based on that. How do I make sure? Is my tree seeder working or not? How do I know? Is this the tree seeder? Yes, enable Rust. Yes, enable. I think I needed to do something else to install. So the Rust Analyzer, Mason. Mason actually doesn't install the Rust Analyzer automatically anyway, right? Rust. So it's installed. Why is it not running though? Hold on. I also need to run it somehow. Oh, okay, hold on. I know exactly what we need, right? I know exactly. All right, so we go and we edit config and vim, right? Let's see. Lua plugins configs, LSP config. We need to change this one, right? So the Lua, for example, is already set up for us, right? But we just I think we just delete the Mason. Remove Mason Lua? Yes. So now something doesn't work, right? Let's see. Do I need to reload? Why am I not seeing the errors, though? Mason. Why is Mason still here? Failed to run config for Mason and Vim. Module, plugins, configs, Mason not found. Okay. So it's only failing when I'm trying to actually run it. I guess the plugin is still enabled. It's just the configuration for it is not there. Okay. Let's see. We also have what? Init Lua. Where's Mason? Mason. Mason? We just deleted completely, right? LSP config is still here. What is Mason? Mason is what like can download the stuff for me, and we don't want anything to be downloaded, basically, right? Now that we do this, do we have some errors or what? What does this little cross mean? That I have removed something like that. It's the git. I've removed something from this file. What if I add something to this file? No, it just means that something has been changed. All right. Okay. Let's see. Open Vim again. Mason. Mason is no longer here, so it cannot do anything bad for me, right? If I try the Rust analyzer, it's working. It's working. So what we need to do is plugins, configs, LSP config, right? We are already enabling the Lua, but we also are going to do other stuff. Can I just do something like require LSP config? This is LSP, right? Or am I going to require this again? I'm going to require LSP config for the Rust, correct? LSP config. Rust question. Let's say I have a function that has two parameters to have a reference to generic type T. How to use that reference? What do you want to use the reference for? Let's go to the play Rust lang. So you have a function that has two parameters. I have a reference to have a generic type T. So you have generic type T, and you have A, which is a reference to T, and B is a reference to T. Okay, what do you want to do? Generic swap function? For swap function, you need a mutable reference because otherwise you will not be able to swap. And by the way, the generic swap function is already works. It's an std mem swap A and B. So this is going to build. But for building the memory, the swap yourself, like without using the std thing, I think you will have to use unsafe. Because you cannot do in other languages like some temper equal to B and then A is equal, and then B is equal A, and then A is equal T. You cannot do this in Rust. Does the Rust playground work now? I don't know. Let's try build. I mean, it looks like it's working. And then you can go into the docs and you can see swap. So here's the function. And you can check the source. and it does the unsafe std pointer swap non-overlapping. Wait, hold on, what is this? If size of t divided by align of t is more than 4. For types that are larger multiples of their alignment, the simple way tends to copy the whole thing to stack rather than doing it one part at a time. So instead treat them as one element slices and piggyback the slice optimization that we... Wait, hold on. What does this even mean? If size of t divided by align of t is more than 4. So this is like for big types. Oh, yeah. Otherwise we swap simple. And swap simple still does the unsafe, which reads the pointers unsafely and then writes to them. Yeah, I don't think you can do a safe implementation of the swap in Rust with references. Unless it's... yeah. Yeah, you just use SD's memo swap if you want to swap some stuff. Okay, so Rust Analyzer, setup, diagnostics enable false. See docs for extra settings. These are the docs for... Alright, I see. Okay. By the way, why do they require with the circle brackets if circle brackets are not even needed? We can just require lsp config like this in Lua, right? Okay, so is my easier to read? Maybe, I don't know. I guess it depends on who you ask. And everybody is doing it differently. Alright, just like everybody has different NeoVim configs, right? Link cider. Oh, alright, let's see. Oh no, it's Cakes. Oh, Cakes, how are you doing? Wait, Cakes, are you using the normal Vim? Not the NeoVim, right? I think. That's a nice emote. I like that emote. I think that's the emote I use the most. Except for crabs, of course. Crabs are really pog too. Okay. Let's see, animation. Anyway, guys, I'm trying here to like migrate from VS Code to Vim and also to NixOS. I was working on Windows with VS Code before, and these last 2 days I'm trying to migrate to Linux, and not to any Linux, but to NixOS, which is very different from the normal Linux that I'm used to. So it's a little hard, but we're getting there. Here's the NV chat is what I'm going to set up. Right now we're working on modifying the NV chat. So if I open my Rust file now, my Rust analyzer failed to run build scripts for some packages. Alright, that is because I no longer need to do V. I can just do the NVim, right? I can just do the NVim. And then my Rust analyzer is indexing and is working. Alright, nice. It's going to take a while for it to index everything, though, right? 63%. Okay, we have indexed everything. Goodbye, Mason. Nice. I guess goodbye, Mason, yeah. I mean, It would be nice if Mason still worked on the NixOS though, right? Because I just want to get started with something, and then eventually I move to the home manager and Nixify everything, right? Hello, Fubar. Okay, so do I have it now? App, insert resource method. Yeah, we have the auto completion now. Nice. All right. Very good. WQA. Okay. Automation is only installed in Rust Analyzer. Wait, no, not only Rust Analyzer. Also the Lua language server was installed. And I guess if we go and do NeoVim home config init Lua, then as you can see, my LSP log says that the Lua language server is no longer running. It was running before because I'm not doing the NVim. I was doing the V, and V is running from the VFHS. I can read it to my flake. Yeah. So I should edit to my flake when I'm editing the NeoVim configs, right? Because when I'm editing the NeoVim configs, I should have my my Lua completion, right? And to which flake? Which flake? To my, because I have only one flake right now, the Nix files, and this is the flake that I used to install the NixOS, and also I have the home manager set up here, right? Should this flake be using another flake, which is just for the NeoVim config, where I added the Rust Analyzer? But I'm not going to edit some Lua there. I'm like, for example, I edit Rust Analyzer. By the way, I edit Rust Analyzer right now in this configuration, I think, right? Where did I edit? In NVim Nix over here. Rust Analyzer should be deleted from here, and Mason, this also should be deleted. And Tree Seeder requires this, so this can be installed globally, I guess. And this build FHS, let's not have it anymore, right? So now I do NixOS switch. So now I don't have Rust Analyzer anymore, and I need to move it into. And by saying flake, you are saying the Nix dir env, right? Because this is also a flake, but it contains the NixOS configuration. So I installed the Rust Analyzer globally. So I think. So now I no longer have the V. As you can see, I only have the regular NVim. So here's my flake. We also have the home manager. So this flake does not have the shell configuration, but we can install it here, because probably I will move my NVim configuration here, right? Right. So how about we do shell configuration? How do I do shell configuration again? Flake, shell. Shell. Dev shells, system default, right? Okay. I think I'm also going to do something like where do I do it? Like here? I do let system be equal to x86 64 Linux, right? In this. And then I can use, I believe, instead of that, I'm going to do this. We're saying system inside of it, right? Is that how it's supposed to be working? Let's see. Like QVMan Mainix is also like I want it to be. Legacy packages over here, this. also should be changed with system. Nix FMT. We have reformatted it. Can I do Nix FMT? Or should I not install the formatter in my flake and instead use something in the NVim? Or can I make NVim use my formatter that is specified here? And is there a formatter without it being a legacy? So many questions. Okay. Dev shells. Also, can I have the auto-completion for my Nix? I believe I can. Hold on. Nix and Vim plugin. Nix and Vim, this one. So that I can have actually auto-completion, like the language server for Nix. Is it possible? Maybe it's NL over here. Nix. There is rnix. What is rnix? A language server for Nix providing basic completion and formatting via Nix packages FMT. To install manually run this. If you are using Nix, rnix LSP is in Nix packages. This server attempts configuration via the settings key. No idea what a NeoVim is. Do you have an idea what a Vim is? NeoVim is like an editor. A Vim is life. Alright. What is NeoVim then? You know, IDE? So NeoVim is like modern Vim. And then there's also Helix, by the way. New Life. Yeah, NeoVim is New Life. And then Helix. Do you know Helix? It's like Notepad++. Well, you can turn, if you can turn your Notepad+ into an IDE, then maybe it is like it. What code am I writing? I don't know. Right now I'm writing my Nix configurations so that I can write my code. So that I can configure my Vim. But then eventually I will be writing my game. The formatter. Hold on. Hold on. So I do... No, not this. Hold on. What are the benefits of NixOS? What are the benefits of NixOS? 6 reasons to use NixOS. Does not break easily, easy to recover, reproducibility, easy rollbacks, Nix package manager, use multiple versions of the same package, and ability to test packages without installation. Alright. Does that answer your question? So I'm working on customizing IDE. Arch, by the way. Yeah, I am using Arch. See, it's Arch. What game engine with NeoVim? I'm using my own custom engine in Rust. Yes. Although for one of the games we use Bevy. We for one of the games, but for like most of my games I use my own custom engine. So here's all of the games that I made using Rust, and this one is made using Bevy, and this is the only one made in Bevy. Do I support WebGPU? Well, Bevy supports WebGPU. I not. Right now I'm working on OpenGL, but I want to move to WebGPU maybe eventually. I don't know. Depending on how well supported it is. Like, does it work on my phone, for example? Why your own engine? I don't know. I don't know. I never asked myself this question. So, like, when I started learning programming, I googled how to make a game, right? And right now, Google answers you something like gdevelop, free and easy game making app, right? But then when I googled back in the days, you were probably having some OpenGL tutorials, and that's basically all that existed. So I don't know. There was some engines, but they were too big and complex for me to understand, I think. Also, they were using C++, and I don't want to use C++. I never understand the own engine thing, but I'm also a game first, tech second as far as interest. Yeah, I'm trying to not work on my own engine for too much, so it doesn't have a lot of features. But I am able to create games quickly using my engine. All of those games that you have seen here is they are all gem games. So like this one was made in 2 days, for example. Like I can do this in 2 days easily using my own custom engine. So like it's okay. I don't need a lot of features in my engine, you know? I just need to be able to draw some stuff on screen. That's it. That's the hardest part about making the engine, I think, also. Like figuring out the graphics API. Actually clicked on the stream because you recognized from the gem games you entered some gems, alright. Yeah, I think, did I play your game on the latest LD? If I was to start today, probably programming, then I would not be using my own engine, I think. If I was to, because like it's a lot to learn, and also I would probably not be doing NixOS right now if I was trying to make a game. I would not be learning NeoVim. I just do it because I don't know. I want to a little distraction from like making games for a second. I have participated in like 10 gems in the past half a year. Unreal Engine works well in Linux. Unreal Engine is C++, so I don't know. I don't want to be writing C++. I think you can write Rust with Unreal. Not sure how good the experience is though. You can link with the Rust library. Yeah, I mean, obviously you can if it's C++. Our game was called Quasi Courier. Did I play it? Quasi Courier? How do I search on the LD gem though? Not sure about accessing Unreal APIs from Rust. Yeah, you probably can like write some part of your logic in Rust and then call into it if you compile a dynamic library using Rust. Why is the LDGem website even not opening? Hold on. Is LDGem down? The Ludum Dare gem has happened not so long ago. I mean, and the results are going to be out in a couple of days. Oh wait, I know why I'm not. Oh no, actually I don't. Right. It's not down for you. Why is it down for me though? Okay. Why is it not opening in my Firefox? What's wrong with my Firefox now? Arch problems. This is not Arch. That's NixOS. I think my websites are not opening sometimes in Windows too, though. Maybe it's my internet. NixOS doesn't break. Well, you can't break something that's broken from the beginning, right? No script. I started learning Unity 11 years ago, then switched to Unreal for a bit, then back to Unity. Alright. Did you only try Unity and Unreal? How about Godot? A lot of people like Godot. Snow script. Lock script? No, I don't have no script. Now it's opening. See? I didn't change anything. Crazy Courier. Oh, wait. I did not play your game, I think. Right? Yeah, that's why I don't remember this game. Okay. You also tried Game Maker, Godot, Construct, and they made a rudimentary game engine as part of university programming class. Favorite is still Unity. Okay. I tried Bevy. For those of you who know Bevy. I'm not really sure that I like Bevy more than my own custom engine. Even though they have more features. Okay, so rating game ends in 12 hours, by the way, for the LD. And then the results are going to be in exactly 1 day. Might be streaming the results tomorrow then. And play some winners. You played and rating my juggling game? Good stuff. Yeah. Everybody should play and rate my juggle game. It's good stuff. Here's the direct link to the game. If you want to juggle some mail, let me show you how it's done. The audio on NixOS is broken, I think. Why is my audio sometimes pausing? I don't know. Okay. That's the game. Let's continue. With what was I doing before I was distracted? I don't even remember anymore. We have our stuff. And oh yeah, I wanted to like have some completion for my Nix because Nix is what I'm writing. Right? So I want to install the language server for Nix. There's the rnix, right? And this is what I need to install. And I need to install on Nix the rnix lsp in Nix packages, right? And since I only need the Rust and the Nix language server here, I'm going to create the shell here, right? So dev shells dot system dot default is Nix packages mk shell, right? I need to And to remember. Also, I mistyped. So I'm going to create my dir env here too. Come on, come on, come on. I need to fix this. My programs are taking 20 seconds to launch, and my audio has issues and stuff. I need to fix this. Go to projects, Linksider. All right, NeoVim. Let's see. So we have the NVRC. This is just use flakes, right? I'm going to go here and I'm going to. How do I create a file in this thing? Help and Vim tree. Create. Can I create a file? Create a. So like append, right? Okay, let's try creating a file here. That's going to be called .envrc. I'm opening this and I'm pasting the use flake. All right, nice. And then I'm also going to well, the other stuff is just in my flake, right? So I need to open the flake. I need to open the flake in this project too. And what we need is the dev shells. System. Wait, is it dev shell system default or dev shell system? That's two different things. Maybe just dev shell.system? Maybe it's the same thing? I don't know. Make shell. Alright. So now we have the build inputs here, which are the projects, right? The packages. Like we're going to have the stuff that's called an rnix lsp. rnix lsp, right? Is that correct? Now I do dir env allow dot, right? Undefined variable rnix lsp. Well, that makes sense because in order for it to be here, I need to do with nix packages with nix packages rnix lsp. And for the with, I also need the colon. With nix packages, need the colon here. All right. Attribute mk shell is missing. What do you mean attribute mk shell is missing? I did just the packages mk shell, and packages are import nix packages, inherit system overlays. Which is basically the same, no? Nix package is unstable. That's the same as I'm using here, right? Nix package is unstable. I'm changing this to be packages is equal. Okay, well let me try packages. So let system be this, and then packages are import Nix packages, inherit system. Overlays. Hold on, what does this even mean? So, but this means that overlays are the Rust overlay. How is import? Oh wait, import. I need to import them, right? Does this mean that I need to hold on? Do I need to just import Nix packages? And then I say instead of Nix packages, I say just packages. Is that it? Value is a function while a set was expected. Alright. Let me try figuring out this Nix stuff too at the same time. Is this making something? No, it still is a function. Because Nix packages are a function. The overlay that we imported there is not a function. So we are importing the Nix packages. And then we are calling this function with this, right? This is a function, yes. But now we say that there should be argument systems getting status of attribute current system is missing, basically. So we need to specify. That's why we are inheriting the system here. Inherit system. Hold on. But then NixOS system module is this. All right, sure. Now we have the syntax error because before inheriting the system, after that we need to a semicolon. All right. So now we have whatever. What did I just install? What did I just install? In my shell, they are Nix LSP. What does this even... Our Nix LSP is not found. How do I make it found? Or is this not the name of the thing? By the way, I have still no idea how to see what files a certain package creates for me. But I'm guessing the name is going to be Arnix LSP. So I can just set it up with the default options, yes. Alright. I mean, I have installed it, but why is it not... Yeah, this is the function, the command that should be running. Why do I not have it? Have I not specified something correctly? Let's see. What did we do in the other one? Dev shell system is self dev shells. Yeah, so this one. Native build inputs and build inputs, and then the shell hook. All right, and then the app build inputs. These are just the packages, right? Maybe the native build inputs. Maybe the native build inputs is what I need. Oh wait, it's build input, not build inputs. I thought Nix was like typed, and I could not make a typo here. Now it's working. Okay, now we have it. Okay, so now now I'm going to go to NeoVim. I'm going to go to config NVim, right? NVim here. Let me just do this instead. Lua plugins, init Lua. No, configs, LSP config, yes, this thing. Lua ls. So we have set up the Rust analyzer, we have the Lua, and we also are going to require the Nix, the LSP config. Dot rnix setup, right? Now if I go into my NeoVim here, and if I open my Flake, then my Nix language server is running, right? So am I going to have... We have some snippets. Copyright. Okay. How do I make something here that makes sense with packages? Where's my language server? Is it not running? It is running, right? LSP info. We have one client attached. Client is rnix. How do I make it configure, make it running? Make it do something for me. So for example, I have like a is equal with system. It's doing the text. Hold on. So rnix LSP is not it then. Maybe I need a different language server. Nix NeoVim completion. Nix configs neovim.nix. So what does this language server do then? If it doesn't... It is running. What can I do to it? Go to definition? Yeah, like I was... Like, how do I go to definition, by the way? What's the command? What's the key? It depends on this stuff. I think it's in the core mappings. So the LSP config here. So yeah, it's for shift K it's going to be LSP hover. For GD is go to definition. GD go to declaration. Map ls LSP signature help. D for definition type. LSP code action, LSP references. What should I try? Go to definition, right? So like GD. Let's try GD. Is this how go to definitions is working? Wait, I actually went to the definition. GD. This is the definition. Try hover. Hover is shift K. It says no manual entry for packages. No manual entry for lat. No manual entry for outputs. It says that the language server is running though, right? LSP logs maybe? So this is still about the failing Lua, but I don't care about that. I think I'm missing the key maps in the config. It was working in the Rust though, on attach. Oh, I need something about on attach, right? Just configuring it is not enough. On attach. It is part of the config. Of which config? So let's take a look at the LSP config here. All I did for the Rust analyzer, for example, is this, right? I didn't do the on attach stuff. That's all I did. And for the Arnix, I didn't need to do anything for Rust. For the K or GD. Let's try for K and GD in Rust. Let me open one more. Still no idea about why my terminals launch a billion seconds. All right. Projects, link cider, NeoVim. Let's go. Source, Rust. Okay. Client 1 quit with exit code. Hold on. LSP log. Found a swap file for the LSP log. Delete. What do you mean? Can I delete? Edit anyway? What even is this? Wait, Rust Analyzer? Again? Hold on. I thought we fixed the issue. Why? My mason is not here. Wait, what? Which rust analyzer? From the mason. Wait, how did this even happen? Hold on. How did this even happen? Why is mason in my path? How is mason in my path? I thought I deleted it. How did it come back? I don't have anything. Right? How do I search all of my files in NeoVim? Is there a way for me to search everything in the NV chat? Telescope only finds files, right? Or does it the leave grep? This one is the live grep what I want from the telescope. Space FW. All right. Mason. Nothing. Rust. Nothing. Hold on. Toggle. Hold on. What does this even do, the leave grep? Oh wait, do I have an error? We have an error. I think we need to install the grep or the grep. Right? How do I check what the error is? Telescope. Check health. For the telescope. Warning. Rib grep not found and FD not found. What's FD? Rib grep I can install, sure. Rib grep I will install globally, I think. So here in my NixOS, I think for NVim, still rib grep. Yep. How do I have the integrated terminal? I like that in the... can I have the integrated terminal here in the NV chat? How did they do it in the Lunar Vim? I want that. FD is the Rust version of find. Hold on. FD. And rib grep. Are they going to be found? Looks like I don't have any errors, so it's downloading. 2 megabytes have been downloaded. All right. So now I have FD, right? And now I have the RG, right? Nice. Okay. So can I do space? What was it again? Over here, mapping space FW. All right. Low. Okay, now it's working. Nice. So we do Mason. All right. Okay, add binaries installed by Mason Vim to path. Okay, how do I go there? I press enter, and I am becoming here. Delete. Delete. Alright. Nice. Now what? Mason. Mason packages and show post bootstrap screen. Okay, and we chat post bootstrap. File types exclude. Mason. What does this mean? File type exclude. Mason. Well, I mean, I will just delete that. No references to Mason are allowed. No references. Mason. That's the last one. But this is only for showing the post bootstrap screen. Alright. So. That's all then, right? Now we go into the NeoVim here. And I should have my Rust, yeah, okay, hold on. Spawning language server CMD, Rust analyzer failed. Language server is either not installed, missing from path, or not executable. That's true because I uninstalled it from the system. That also means that I need to install it in the flake because I need to install when I'm running on this, right? So in my dev shells, I'm going to do plus plus with packages Rust analyzer, right? So this is not required for the build of the app, but it's required for the dev shell, right? That's how it's supposed to be working. Syntax error. Wait, I cannot do multiple plus plus. Oh, wait. I did the same mistake again. I need to stop doing it with packages. I need to do semicolon here. Wait. Plus 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 doesn't work. Is that it? Syntax error unexpected width. So what? What do I do here? I make this in brackets or what? Brackets work, okay. So now Rust Analyzer should be working. Correct? Okay, now it's working, alright. Let's wait for it to be indexed. That is only for your Rust project. In the same place I added rnix. But rnix I added only for my Nix files project. I didn't add it globally. See, I added it in my Nix files in the flake that is also just the dev shell, right? So it's only available for me over here, right? So like, so if I'm here, that Nix LSP works, but if I'm here, then it doesn't work. So the Nix LSP I also added only for the Nix files. So when I'm working on my Nix files, then I'm going to have my Nix completion. If I'm working on my Rust project, I'm going to have my Rust completion, right? Or are you saying that I should still install it all globally? I'm still like unsure what is the correct way of doing stuff in Nix, but isn't this the way? I could install everything globally, but then how is it different from any other Linux, right? Maybe not globally, but with NVim. So that my NVim is going to be, yes, but then it's like polluting my space also, right? I can install everything. I mean, it's going to be globally because NVim is installed globally right now. Should I even install my NeoVim globally, or should I install it only for my own user? Because right now NeoVim is, and OBS is also installed globally, by the way. I'm not sure if OBS should be installed globally. OBS should only be installed for me. Right? GNU make. I need to delete that, by the way. I'm not sure. NeoVim should. I'm not even sure if NeoVim should be installed globally. I'm not sure where to put stuff. FDRIP grep, like this is used for all the projects. This is why I'm putting this here. But the Nix language server is only useful when I'm working on Nix files, which is why I put it there. Right? I'm not sure. It makes, I don't know. Both make sense to do. I'm not sure which one should be done. Okay, so this is done indexing now, and you wanted me to press Shift K, and it, oh yes, Shift K doesn't work here either. So this means that something else needs to be done, right? Does Shift K work on my Lua, though? I can, I guess, also then, while I'm at it, install here, or not here. I'm not sure where. Lua ls, right? Lua ls, Lua language server. Language server. All right. So yeah, like, is my Lua working? Lua is going to be working, right? Can I press Shift K on Lua? Require Shift K. Doesn't work. Vim doesn't work. Local init path. Can I do GD? I can do GD here. Shift K. What should I do with Shift K? Oh wait, I was pressing Control K. My bad. Okay, so this is the stuff. So for Lua it works, right? For Lua it works. I should not do it like that though. I need to add on attach. Did I add on attach? So on attach. There is the on attach in the LSP config. Oh, on attach is m.onattach. I'm not sure what is m, but this is it. I guess that's not how it's looking like in your config. But basically, when we're configuring Rust Analyzer here, can we do just on attach here too? And then also for the Nix. This was not in the example though. For, I think, the RNix. The RNix is here. They're not saying me about the unattach. But I guess it's just the global thing. And they're only listing the specifics for this one. Okay, sure, let's try. Let's try. Like, no information available. So no information available is a different thing. At home manager URL, home manager, no information available. I'm wondering why is there no information. I would like to actually like be able to autocomplete the stuff from the Nix packages. For example, can I import the Nix packages? No information. We have no idea what it is. What should I be trying to do Shift K on? You are doing Nix, right? What do you Shift K? Maybe that LSP sucks? What LSP do you use? Or do you not use the LSP for your Nix? Nothing has information. Oh, you don't use Nix, alright. Bad. I can't go to definition though. How do I format? Format. How do I format a document? Because this is right now not formatted, I believe. Typically this line is not formatted. LSP formatting. Leader FM. Is LSP formatting the only way of formatting stuff though? It's not the only way of formatting stuff, right? Sometimes you install a dedicated formatter. And then what? By the way, what is this? Client server capabilities document range formatting provider false. Why false? There's null ls, which wires up formatters that are not full LSPs. Okay, so everything is basically an LSP then, right? I think I have null installed in this one. Okay. So what was it again? Format. LSP formatting is FM with the leader. All right, let's see. Space FM. Space FM. Format. Okay. Let's try on Rust. Space FM. I think this did something. Or did it not? Hold on. To make sure, I can do this. Space FM. Space FM. Space FM. It didn't do anything. Why does this not do anything? Do I need to save the file first? Space FM. It's running the cargo check now. Well, but it's running cargo check because I changed the file. It's not formatting. LSP formatting. So LSP formatting is the what? Lua Vim LSP book format. Lua Vim LSP both format. Okay, this is formatted now, sure. But this is so like the configuration here is wrong then, right? In this NV chat. Or did we wait? Hold on. Leader FM. Vim LSP boot format. They did with the async true. We didn't do it with the async true, but I guess this is the same, right? So this is not loaded. See help Vim LSP for documenting on any of the below functions. All right. All right. On attach. Oh, because I cannot go to the definition in Rust either, right? GD. Yeah, I cannot go to definition. And Shift K says no manual entry. So it's like probably the same stuff. So now our on attach doesn't work actually. That we did in the config. On attach. Is there on attach in the LSP config, Rust Analyzer, and rnix? Or what? What should I be doing here? Only available for the Lua. Let's see, Lua. Has done capabilities too. How? Where is it documented though? This is about the LSP config, right? So I'm supposed to like edit the server setup in your init Lua. That's all I'm supposed to be doing, right? So like for the P write, we're just supposed to be setting up the P write, right? Use LSP attach auto command to only map the following keys after the language server attaches to the current buffer. It depends. So like, hold on, configs. We could have different, right? I'm just like, where is it documented? The on attach and capabilities. It's the part of this thing, right? Or is it not the part of this one? Oh wait, hold on. That's probably the part of the NV chat then, right? Because that's the configs. Okay. Let me see. LSP core utils and Vim LSP config. Lazy load. What are they even doing here? The configuration is plugins configs lsp config. What does this mean? Hold on. How is the actual stuff working here in Lua? So we are doing what? This is the lazy NVim, right? Default plugins. Yes, this is the lazy setting up. So this is yeah, using lazy NVim. We are providing it with this stuff, which is probably also something that we should be doing if we are doing Nix. But sure. So this provides us the configuration and then the initialization function. The configuration is this plugins config lsp config. So the configuration, this just requires it. So this means that this is going to be loaded, right? This module in Lua, or how, whatever it means. It is part of the lsp config. On attached runs on the function when a buffer attaches to lsp capabilities. Okay. Where is it documented then? And why does this not do it? Because they are adding over here in they are suggesting us the global configuration that has the same stuff for everyone, right? For every single language server. But where is it documented? In the help? The purpose of setup is to route the call to NVIM's built-in start client with auto command that automatically launches the language server. The setup function checks a table which contains the superset of keys listed in the start client with the following unique entries. So it's the part of the NeoVim like built-in LSP, right? Because there's no unattached here. It's not part of the LSP, it's part of the NeoVim itself, right? No help from Vim LSP start client. Help Vim LSP start client. So yeah, like the CMD, for example, is here. On error, on init, on attach. There's a callback that's invoked when the client attaches to the buffer. Is this from a plugin? Vim LSP? I think this is part of the NeoVim itself, no? How do I see where is what documentation am I looking at right now? But this I think looks like the NeoVim itself. The LSP support is built into the NeoVim, right? How do I know what documentation am I looking at right now? This is NeoVim reference manual. See? lsp.txt. NeoVim supports the LSP protocol, which means it acts as a client. This is the official documentation of the NeoVim. I'm pretty sure. So it is part of the NeoVim. Okay. So now I understand that it's there, alright. And then the capabilities probably like the same thing, right? Capabilities is also here. Map overriding the default capabilities defined in make client capabilities passed to the functions. Alright. Okay. Fine. Let's see. So I need to go into the LSP config then, and capabilities should also be set for every single one basically, right? Including the Rust analyzer and including the LSP config rnix. Okay. So now we can go back. Maybe my Nix is going to work now. Again, right? Let's try. Let's try opening the flake. Can I do Shift K? No information. Can I do Shift K? No information. GD. Shift K. Okay, I have no information. Alright. How do I know that this function worked? Let's see. It's all the same now, right? For the Rust, for the Lua. Just settings and unattached capabilities, right? And capabilities are is the make client capabilities, which is the default. And what is this? Documentation format, markdown plain text, snippet support, reselect support, deprecated support, tag support. What is this? Markdown plain text. This is documentation format. So like if I have a doc comment, then we can have some format of our documentation. It shows that documentation. It can be markdown or plain text. Okay. Okay, pressing Shift K, nothing happens yet. But we are still indexing. Rust is not the fastest one. Shift K doesn't work. Shift K doesn't work. The auto-completion does work. Wait, hold on. The auto-completion... Okay, wait, hold on. It works now, okay. It was just slow a little bit. How do I hide it? Now I'm inside this window. You? Hold on. Alright. Okay, Shift K works now in my Rust. Here's my baby app. A container of app logic and data. So somehow I went inside this though. Like sometimes it goes inside this information, sometimes it doesn't. Do I press something to go into there? Oh, I press Shift K twice to go into this. I see. I still haven't reached quit. No. I'm just starting to like it. What do you mean? I am considering like whether or not NixOS is worth it, but maybe I just go back to Arch. I went to sleep and woke up and you're still streaming. And GD should work now. Oh, hold on. Routes scanned. Cargo check. Takes a little bit, the Rust analyzer takes a little bit to start. Which means that I should not be closing my NeoVim. I should instead like keep it opened, right? It's indexing for a long time. Okay, let's go to definition. GD. No. Space GD. No, just GD. No. Shift K. Alright, it's still thinking. It's still thinking. Even although, like, how do I know when it's ready? Here we go. We finally did it. We went to the definition. Use Control Z when you want to get out of Vim. And then Fiji. Yes, I have been using that sometimes. I guess it makes sense. I'm not really sure what Control Z does though. Does it pause? Or can it still work in the background, the NeoVim? Backgrounds it? Okay. Alright. Good. So that's how I can have the terminal still available for me. I still liked the feature of the Lunar Vim when I pressed Control / and it showed me the terminal inside my Vim. And then I can launch another NeoVim inside of it. And then another terminal. And then another NeoVim. I can map that easy. Alright, how? Tell me right now. I'm going to put this into my config. Terminal. Okay, but this is opening it in another tab. I want it to be opened. Okay, I mean, another tab is not too bad too. I can have a tab that is a terminal. I mean, that's a regular like window, I'm guessing, right? Can I pop out my windows when they're tabbed to be like in a floating thing? How do you do floating things in Vim? Yes. Or how do I make it like split screen, by the way? How do I split screen in this thing? Control W V, right? Is it just Control V? No, it's not. Control V is the vertical block, the visual block. Wait, but if I open another file, pick window. I need to pick window, A or B. B. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And then. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. I don't like that :Q quits all of my tabs. I need to like it's a separate command to close just one tab for some reason. That's a one window with two tabs because Q quits a window, but this is two buffers in one window, right? So I need to do space Q, space X, because that's how they map it in NVCHAD. Alright. So GD works. GD. I don't like that like I can still work if it's thinking. Like, how do I know if it's thinking? It's going to like teleport me randomly at some point. Yeah, see, like why does it take so long? If you really want to learn Vim, you must preserve across the point of the rage quit. It's okay, it's okay. We have been doing this for 2 days already. Why is my go to declaration so slow? GD is rusting slow, but in VS Code it was fast. VS Code also used the Rust analyzer. You don't know why? There's also always Emacs to try after you rage quit NeoVim. It's not slow in yours. Did you do anything differently? Are you doing Rust? What is this pog.txt? Oh, I see. Okay. That's things that are actually not pog. All right. Okay. How about my nicks now? How about my nicks? My nicks still cannot. It depends if I GD on create or your own code. I just GD'd into the std leap. So this thing, the Nix language server still doesn't work, right? No information is available. Oh, there you go. F M LSP formatting. LSP formatting doesn't even work for this. So what does this RNix language server even do then? What live grep was that? I think that was the telescope. F W. This is the live grep for using the telescope, I think. Let me tell you exactly. This is the NV stuff. Mappings, telescope. Yeah, it's the telescope leaf grep. Why does my telescope look so weird? Did you check what the Nix server actually provide? No, I did not. How do I check what it provides? I need to like go into our Nix LSP. A syntax checking language server using our Nix. Syntax checking diagnostic, basic completion. They have basic completion. What does basic completion mean? Basic renaming, basic go-to definition. What does basic mean? Basic is not advanced. So, like, some features are not there. Why am I not using my own config again? I don't know. We tried a bunch of stuff. I'm going to convert NVChat to my own config, I think, because I like it. I also tried doing the Lunar Vim, and it didn't work on my NixOS. But I think Lunar Vim also looks pretty good, and some features I like that they have. But it's too much sources that I need to read for my own configuration to understand Lunar Vim, I think. So I'm starting with NVChat. We'll see. Okay, they have a syntax checking. They have a basic go-to definition. This is not the advanced go-to definition. Formatting using the Nix packages format. This is better level quality at best. I didn't expect maintaining a language server when writing our Nix. The goal was that others would flock around the person and write a bunch of editor tooling. Okay. So, I mean, LSP log. Oh, hold on. Read-only file system. That's why. Oh, no. Hold on. This was the Rust analyzer. Wait. This is why Rust analyzer is slow, I think. It's trying to open something. And it failed to open something because it's a read-only file system. Failed to load workspace. The stdlib. Well, I guess this is when I went to the definition of the thing in std. It tried to load the workspace, and it didn't work. If you want to end up with a custom config, Google NVim kickstart. That's what I started with already. No. NVChat is better as a kickstarter. I did start with the kickstart. And I will, at least one thing I want to copy from there into this. All right, they do have the formatting. Space F M LSP formatting. Formatting at this basic. Format request failed. No matching language servers. You see this? No matching language servers. What does this mean? I am running the rnix, which is the language server for Nix. And this is a Nix file. Is it running? It's like, how do I check if my LSP info? There you go. We have the client rnix attached to the buffer. It's running. Does the Nix language server provide formatting? I installed this thing, the rnix LSP, which says that they are providing the formatting using this. Probably not. Usually that's separate. But this one does provide both syntax checking, completion, renaming, go to, and formatting. So GD, go to definition, actually works. So like packages is this, right? Inputs is this. System is this. Yes, go to definition works. Vim also has a GD, so it might work, but because of other reasons. Okay. All right. So but the language server is running, right? This is the client, the rnix. It's attached. It's not running on this file. It is running on this file though. All right. Now, what's the next step to figure out what's wrong with this language? To have Nix packages format. I probably don't, but am I not supposed to see the error message then? Where's my error message? Find files. This is not fuzzy. This finder. All right. LSP config rnix. Maybe we need to have some settings here. Even if they are empty, maybe we still need them. I don't know. Or maybe let's support for macOS is not guaranteed. Maybe issues. Auto completion does not work in VS Code. No suggestions. LSP config. Let's go here again. Configs for the rnix. Nix LSP, file types Nix. That's all the settings. Nix LSP. Yeah, do you use Nix LSP? I cannot make it running. My Lua works, my Rust works, but my Nix doesn't work. The language server. I mean, it's running. You use this. Isn't this only supports... Oh, wait. Neil, the Nix? Alright. Oh, okay. Do they have it here? Neil LS, this one, right? A new language server for Nix expression language. Okay, sure. Okay, how, like, I was just going into this NVim LSP config repository, and I was searching for Nix, and the first thing that I found was the rnix, which was a language server for Nix. All right, sure. Let's try the nil. It's a new language server. Okay. Nil. Can I install it? Do I need to install it, right? Nix profile install. GitHub Oxalica nil. How do I install it? In my Nix, I still need to install it, right? If you expect completion, you won't be happy. Well, can I at least have formatting? At least? I thought somebody when I was googling before, I saw somewhere that somebody said somewhere that some language server is good for the formatting. Use Nix packages FMT. Yes, from command line. That's what I'm using right now. I can do the Nix FMT from command line. I can do it. But how about I do it from from inside my NeoVim? I have this thing. If I do Nix FMT from command line, then this has been recompiled. See, I mean reformatted. This is now working. I should meet my friend inside NeoVim. Build auto CMD. All right, all right. I thought that was the job of the language servers. I can also just map some key to Nix FMT, you know? That's also something that I could do. Right? Like when I'm inside a Nix file, then I bind some stuff. I think that's how I had it set up before. Nix packages FMT%. Yeah. No, I use Nix FMT, which is a little different. I think when when you're using the Nix FMT, it's using your flake. So I have inside my flake the formatter over here is set to be Nix packages FMT. Prefer to run it as a pre-commit task. I don't know. I'm not a fan, although I never tried really to use any pre-commit tasks. I don't do anything in my Git directory. Maybe I should, I don't know. It's going to at least check that everything is formatted. But if you run it as a pre-commit task, this means that usually when you are looking at your code, it's not formatted then. And I want it to be formatted when I'm looking at it, you know? In my VS Code, I had formatting automatically on save. So press Ctrl S, it saves the file and formats it also. So I was looking at a nicely looking code all the time. Yeah, I guess I can. But isn't the language server... What exactly is the language server doing then? The nil. Features. We can go to definition, which is already better, because like the rnix, I could not make it go to definition. We are at least like doing the syntax error diagnostics. That's good, right? Semantic highlighting, file formatting, no range formatting, but whole file formatting. That's good. So see, this is going to work. I just need to install this, the nil. I'm not sure how it's better to use the Nix packages from like the formatter only. This is good. Nil ls. So nil ls will be done here. Nil ls. There is no configuration that I need for it, right? Nil nix root pattern flake nix.git. Okay. It's finding my root directory by the root pattern. Okay. Single file support true. Alright. Yeah, sure. Feel free to post any links you want. I'm not going to promise you that I'm going to copy paste this into my config. I'm trying to understand stuff here. Both write pre format, which means exactly like I like it, right? So you are literally formatting it on save, right? Before the writing, this means that where you're saving a file, right? So before that, you are just doing this. Okay. And pattern is that means that you are running this formatter, and then for Lua you are doing this. Okay. All right. Yes. Can I only do the command, or can I do the can I ask my language server to do it for me? Let's see. I'm interested in one thing. This is your NVim config. Java Lua. All right. Anyway, this is the NVim config. Imports modules. Do you install your plugins using Nix? Okay. Because all of the plugins are in the packages, and there is also the custom plugins. And then all of that is also specified here. That's an example of badly written config. What's bad about this config? Programs NeoVim enable true, v-alias true, Vim alias true, with Node.js true, with Python 3 true, and then plugins. Not sure how Vim plugins and custom Vim plugins are different. Astro and Vim. No, this is just Astro Vim. I thought this was a. I thought this was already like a configured stuff. They're not inside Nix. Okay, it's a different plugin, okay. It's not the Astro NeoVim. Consider just. Nice. Noise NeoVim. It's noise, okay. And then spell check also. Nice. Okay. You use the Sumnek Lua language server, but there is an actual just regular Lua language server now. This is outdated, I think, right? Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. NixOS stuff. I know I'm bad at this. I am doing this for fun. Nice. Onliner to get my NeoVim on any Nix system. Hold on. We're doing a one-liner. Do you want to allow configuration setting X to experimental features to be set to Nix command flakes? Yes. You want to permanently mark this value as trusted. What? Yes. Which value? You want to allow configuration setting extra substitutors to be set. Who is asking me this? Is it did Nix run? Or is it your stuff? It's your cache? Yes. Do you permanently mark this value as trusted? Yes. Extra trusted public keys? Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh wait, that's your cache. This means that I don't need to build stuff from sources then, right? Okay. This one is your cache. Okay. I think I should not have trusted this, but I thought this was your. Hold on. Is this setting for my, like, where is the setting stored? Hold on. Is this setting stored only for this flake or for the entire my system now? What did it even do? You haven't updated in a while? Alright. Let's see, I'm downloading something. Alright, your NeoVim configuration requires at least 73 megabytes being downloaded. Ah. Okay. I'm going to need to stop. I'm not going to rage quit. No, not rage quitting. I'm just like starting to understand what I need to do here. But I need to stop the stream and do some other stuff. Alright. Wait, hold on. 1 gigabyte? Hold on. Why am I downloading 1 gigabyte? Oh shit. Well, we did mark this all gigabytes as trusted. Creating my own cache is also good, right? So that I don't need to compile stuff that I have from scratch, right? So for example, my game, I wanted to like create a flake for it. So it's a runnable flake, so you can run my game. That's not working right now. It cannot find the GPU. But it also requires a long time for compilation. And I could make it available in the cache. Dangerous? Well, we're living a dangerous life here. It's okay. Just 100 more megabytes. 1 gigabyte config. Yes. You will store the inputs and partial build inputs. What do you have there? I don't know. It's more than 1 gigabyte already. It's 1100. Let's see. I don't know what we're even downloading. A ton of plugins and LSPs. Okay, it's still downloading. There's Pascal. There's Pony. So here, this is where the NeoVim LazyVim is better, because it's only going to load plugins when I actually use them, right? And it's not going to download all of the gigabytes. Like, you have your configuration to work with everything. And right now, by the way I set up my stuff is, for example, I'm not sure like if this is how I should be doing this, but I only install the Rust analyzer over here when I'm inside my Rust project. And if I'm outside of this Rust project, the Rust analyzer is not here, you know? I'm not installing it together with NeoVim or on the entire system. I only install this in this environment of the actual game that requires me working with Rust. I don't know. Is this a good idea, or should I install it with the Vim? Okay, now we are building the Vue language server. Okay, how long do you think it's going to build? Now, all of those gigabytes. By the way, it's downloaded 1 gigabyte, but it installed 10 gigabytes. Hold on. How much disk space am I using at this point? 61 gigabytes. I did. This is almost like the system that does nothing at this point. What did I do on this system? I only like have been configuring Vim. You package yours together mainly because you use this across 3 systems. But if you use this on Nix, but then you can use on like, this is a flake. If I use this project, if I like, I'm going to clone this project, right, on another system, then this has a flake inside of it which specifies that the Rust analyzer should be available, right? So if I use this on another system, my Rust analyzer is going to be available when I open this project on a different system. Not when I just open my NeoVim. My NeoVim doesn't need to have everything in it, right? I think. 10 gigabytes for Vim, is it reasonable? I have no idea. But I think they are installing everything they ever worked with their Vim configuration. I don't know. It was linked before. NixOS stuff. I'm running the NeoVim only, right? So in this flake, we only have the NeoVim config. Where is the NeoVim output, by the way? It's not the home configuration and not the NixOS configuration, right? Where's the NeoVim? When I'm doing this, I'm searching for the NeoVim output, right? I think it's one of the, when I'm doing the run, it's not the full path, but it's like programs, system, oh, packages, this one, right? Import packages, inputs. So packages is another. Import /packages, this one. Packages. NeoVim. Import self input self NixOS configuration. Legion config home manager users. Programs NeoVim final package override. Okay. So basically this means that this is what being. This is the declaration of how to build the Vim package, and then Nix figures out the final package from that. So this is what all that we have installed here. Doesn't look too big. Doesn't look like 10 gigabytes over here. But I guess the plugin list is very long here. It's more than one screen, and the font size is tiny. Your config is 260 kilobytes. The config itself, or everything that you need to download. So, like, you need to download the plugins too, right? This is 10 gigabytes, including downloading all the plugins and all of the dependencies. It's not only the config that's 10 gigabytes. What is this? Recent files? Good afternoon, Kuvi man. Oh, wait. This is your stuff that I have just ran, right? Starter. Oh, shit. What is this? What is this? The animated cursor? This is not... You're pretending that you're NeoVite in the terminal? Or what? How do I quit this? Mini starter. QQ results in no active items. Oh shit, how do I quit? Wait, how do I quit your Vim? That's the hardest part now. How do I quit? How do I quit it? The notification system is inside there. Yeah, I think your NeoVim is doing too much, to be honest. Oh, it's semicolon. So like colon doesn't work for you. Okay. I like how this looks though. This is something that I like. The command line. All right. This I like. Good afternoon, Kobe man. Recent files. Okay. Not sure how I feel about this, especially like the animation of this pop-up. Wait, if I use this inside NeoVide, is it going to work? Can you update? Can you install one more thing into your configuration? So it's also starting in NeoVide. Is it actually going to be like animated then properly? Because they support something like that. Right? Like smoothly changing windows. So yeah. You haven't tried? Okay. I want to, I think, use NeoVide. Just because of the cursor. Unfortunately, they don't have the screen shake. This is also something that I would like to support, but it's not there, I think. You prefer NeoVim inside terminal, yeah. But can you make your stuff a little more bloated? Just so that I can try. By the way, hold on. You made your... Oh, hold on. I just realized you made your flake runnable. You did make your flake runnable. So how did you do that? If you are requiring some binary dependencies. Because that's what I need to do, right? You are installing some other packages along your package. right? Well, you're not really like doing this yourself, but I need to like figure out how to have some stuff. And then people complain that things are slow. NeoVim is pretty fast, I think. No? I'm having this. This is not slow. Hyperland is not slow. Those are packaged with the extra packages from inside Home Manager. Yes, but how does like this is what I want. I want to be able to Nix run GitHub Movieman Linksider, and this is already a built application, but this is a game that it cannot run because it cannot find the GPU. I need to install the stuff that is required to run the game, which is this stuff. We have the build input, so like I need to like some of these packages are needing to be like there when I run my flake. So I have added this runtime inputs to the Rust platform build Rust package, but this doesn't do anything, I think. Yeah, I'm going to end the stream anyway too, so because I need to go and I need to eat and I need a lot. I will continue later. Maybe I do some more configuration off stream because I need to move on and maybe like maybe take a break from it and actually work. But I mean, NeoVim is working for Rust for me, so I can start actually working on my Rust projects now. Can you show me the flake? I can link you my flake so you can take a look at it. Maybe you can make me a pull request if you can make it runnable. The dev branch. I need to link the dev branch because it's only here. This thing has the flake. Here's the direct link, so you don't need to look for it. Here you go. All right. But I need to go, so let me see. Nice. We have 30 people apparently watching. I don't even have my Twitch stats because if you guys don't know, like when I'm running on Windows, I see my chat here. I can update my streaming info here, but OBS on Linux doesn't have those things for some reason. So yeah, I have only my chat pop out. All right, where do we go? Vim. I'm the only Vim streamer on Twitch. I see. The only NeoVim streamer. Okay. Okay. Let's chill Ludum there. What does that mean? Ludum there is over though. Alright. Okay. Well, let's go to Alicia. Why not? I don't know who to raid. Okay. Alicia is working in C#. In Visual Studio. This is not NeoVim. Oh wait. That's a very good time to raid, Mo Ali. Very good time to raid. I was about to end the stream and raid myself someone. Alright. Maybe you can tell me who else we raid then. I did set up my NeoVim with to work with. I did set up my NeoVim is working with Rust Analyzer now, so I can actually go like and work on my Rust projects now. Nice. You said the same thing? Wait, somebody rated you just now too? Okay, there's only one other Rust streamer then, right now. Let's see. This does look like Rust, though. Okay. Okay, you want to go to somewhere? I need to end the stream. Elite Code Python. Okay, well, then let's continue with what we were doing. We were going to do with Raiden Alicia. All right. I don't even know what she's working on. Growing creatures. I think she's doing overlay in C# for Twitch. Like a Twitch bot. Yeah, you see some dragons over here in the bottom left. That's the overlay. Alright. Anyway, thank you guys for coming to the stream. See you all next time. Bye bye.
I love JavaScript. I don't know about that.